He spoke after becoming a richer man, and there's a lot to unpack, including what he's learned from the last time the Birds went to the Super Bowl. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
This is Kincade and Salciunas.
This season was all about World Series or bust, and you just lost your number one reliever for those playoffs. There is no way anybody should say anything other than this guy messed up, and you should hold him to that standard instead of going, yeah, but he's such a nice guy.
Look, he cheated. He literally cheated and hoped nobody would find out. And he screwed every guy over in the clubhouse who wants to win a World Series. Every one of them. He screwed them over. Period.
Kincade and Salciunas. John Kincade, Andrew Salciunas.
97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Well, good thing the Phillies are playing the Rockies. It's a good Wednesday morning here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Johnny, good morning.
It is good when the Phillies can continue on their roll. 6-2.
Yeah.
On this stretch where I was asking for 9, and I asked for a 9-4.
And this is after losing 2 of 3 to the Cardinals.
Right.
And then you sweep the Pirates. You've taken the first 2 against just just such a poor excuse for a Major League Baseball team. It's offensive. Like, I am offended watching the Phillies play the Rockies.
Fastest team to 40 losses since a team in 1895.
Yeah, and we just went through a season last year with the Chicago White Sox that had historic losses. The A's a couple of years ago. Like, it's embarrassing for the sport of baseball. And baseball, like, tanking doesn't work in baseball. Right, like it
worked for the Astros.
Okay,
the Astros did it for really stripped things down for 3 years, drafted incredibly well.
Yeah, you have to hit on your draft picks.
It got them a couple World Series championships. It got them another trip to the World Series.
Right.
I think it did pretty well. The Astros, I think they went 7 or 8 times to the playoffs.
Yeah,
it worked for them.
But how many times have you seen number 1 overall picks? Hell, in this city. Become nothing.
Oh,
right?
No.
It's such a crapshoot. Like, you could draft a guy number 1 overall, unless it's one of these guys like Bryce Harper, where people are talking about them for 6 years before the MLB draft. Like, all these guys are a roll of the dice.
That's what's weird about the fact of what we're talking about today when we get started with the Eagles, is that 3 of the last 8 years, we've talked about our team playing in the last game.
Which is amazing, man. Within a decade.
It's not. It's amazing. Now you say it. It's amazing for you as a 31-year-old.
Right.
It's amazing, though. Spread out the word. It's amazing.
I'd imagine you'd
for
say
someone like me.
Unbelievable.
I literally smile every time. And so many of these topics about talking about being a championship club and trying to get back to it and everything put a smile on my face.
And that's what we get to do this morning. So yesterday, Nick Sirianni spoke to the media after getting his contract extension. Again, congratulations to Nick Sirianni, and thank you for everything that you've done for the Philadelphia Eagles, winning a Super Bowl, being at 2 in 4 years. And so Sirianni spoke, Jalen Hurts spoke, Jordan Mailata spoke, A.J. Brown spoke. You'll hear audio from all those guys over the course of the show today. But one of the things that Sirianni was talking about, which we'll play for you the next segment, was what he has learned after the last time the Eagles went to the Super Bowl. In 2022, when the Birds get to the Super Bowl and lose to the Chiefs, obviously, we know all about the field and George Toma and all that kind of stuff. The following year, they go 10-1, and then the collapse happened. And Nick Sirianni, after going to the Super Bowl this year, this time winning it, has to figure out, all right, how can I make sure that does not happen again? How can I make sure that we are a competitive team going into the playoffs, even though we're having conversations about Super Bowl or bust, or I'm the wussy on the show saying NFC Championship game or bust.
April 9th, by the way, is when you decided to do that.
Look, if they are able to come back and win a division again, for the first time in 20-plus years where it would be back-to-back division winners in the NFC East, and if they're able to get back to the playoffs, host a playoff game, win a playoff game, it's going to show you that there is a window right now that this Eagles team is just dominating the NFL, even if they don't end up winning the Super Bowl again. But there are things that Nick Sirianni and the Philadelphia Eagles have to avoid this time around than what they did 2 years ago. So you have some thoughts on it, like Super Bowl hangovers. I'd like for you to start things off here.
Well,
this
the
morning,
idea is that we're going to hear about this, and I know our friend Bill from the Mike Missanelli show, Bill Colarulo, loves to talk about the Super Bowl hangover.
I thought it was only for the teams that lose.
I'm going to tell you that
somehow,
whether it's Super Bowl hangovers, it's not a real thing, because even when the Eagles lost the Super Bowl a couple years ago, when they lost the Super Bowl, they started out 10-1. So when you drink, and Andrew, I'm just going to say, let's say you have a really good, let's say Cooper's with his grandparents.
Yeah.
So you and Christy can have a really good Friday night with your friends out in the town.
I'll say this, in less than a month, we will have that opportunity.
And you have an Uber driver, and you have nothing to worry about. Maybe you have a hotel in the city.
Yeah.
And you guys can have a good time. You may still be in bed by 10, knowing you guys.
Probably,
early dinner and everything. But you can hit it hard.
Some chamomile tea.
Saturday morning, you may be feeling it.
Yeah.
The hangover hits you Saturday morning. It doesn't hit you Tuesday morning.
No.
So the Super Bowl hangover did not happen for the Philadelphia Eagles after they lost the Super Bowl.
No, the Eagles just did. They just did hair of the dog for 3 months.
They started 10-1.
Yeah.
The hangover didn't hit them till December, so there was no Super Bowl hangover. By the way, the Super Bowl hangover for the loser of, if you say, oh, the Super Bowl loser, then what could it have been there? Even a Super Bowl winner. The Chiefs won a Super Bowl. There was no hangover. They went back and won another Super Bowl.
Right.
The Super Bowl hangover, they won another Super Bowl last year. They got to the Super Bowl and lost one. So any talk of Super Bowl hangovers, if you hear that topic, it's nonsense. Good teams manage to be good the next year if they've been in the Super Bowl. But one thing that we know with it is that teams can sometimes get tripped up as far as getting off to slow starts. Mm-hmm. Bill Belichick and Andy Reid both, and I found quotes yesterday because I'm a dork, where they talked about after Super Bowls. And I found them both almost saying the exact same thing in a different quote. Bill Belichick, one of the things that he found is that, and I quote, you have to sort of take your foot off the gas a little bit in training camp, realizing that your team, especially if you've played deep into playoffs multiple years, had played more games than your competition.
Okay.
It requires a total dedication from your training staff, your coaching staff, to understand how to manage player issues, player development, and player maintenance. That's what he says. Andy Reid, mentally, playing an extra month over and over again takes its toll, whether we want to think it or not. I like running a tougher camp, but even I've had to learn that sometimes you've got to ease up a bit.
Okay. These are two of the best coaches in the history of the NFL.
Last year, there was a tougher camp. It led to a Super Bowl championship when Vic Fangio arrived. The year after the Super Bowl last time, they took a very soft camp. They led to a soft camp when Nick Sirianni was running things.
And they came out the gate. They did win.
They won 10-1.
Yeah.
So nobody can complain about it. And by the way, I was critical of it. I was wrong. I was one of the vocal critics of Nick Sirianni has run 2 soft training camps. There's enough data that Nick Sirianni can drive across the bridge listening to this show. As we've heard from a couple press conferences, he obviously checks in on the show.
Yes, he does.
Nick can say, yo, Kincade, zip it.
I know what I'm doing here. Yeah.
You were wrong on that, and I can absolutely be a big enough guy to go, I was wrong on that completely, because Nick Sirianni's teams have been overwhelmingly healthy. So whatever his approach is, his teams tend to play very well, tend to have great records, go to the playoffs, and they tend to be a lot more healthy than their peers.
Well, it also helps that they're even younger this time around.
But I do wonder, Andrew, is what do you learn from that? What do you learn from Belichick and Reid? What do you learn from your last trip to the Super Bowl? But what do you learn also, and how do you balance it with Vic Fangio arrived last year, and they absolutely had their toughest training camp as far as last year, most time in pads that they practiced under Nick Sirianni in his tenure.
Yeah.
How do you balance that? Because it's honestly, Nick Sirianni knows more about this than I do, because I criticized him for having soft camps. His teams have been very well prepared, so I was wrong on that.
Right.
I don't know how you balance this, though, and I wonder how Nick's going to approach it.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fascinating because you can't go too soft into the season. Despite the Eagles going 10-1, like, you're also building the mentality of your team during training camp, right? You're trying to build the mold of what this team's going to be all about. So it's an interesting thing to think about how Nick Sirianni will handle camp. But
what's your gut instinct? Just like it. Just if I said like a 30-second gut instinct.
My gut instinct is that it'll still be a physical camp, and the reason why, your leaders, Jalen Hurts, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, at least on offense, they won the Super Bowl, and I think they celebrated for 30 minutes.
Doesn't it seem that way?
Like A.J. Brown put out a long Instagram post 2 days later, like, hey, I thought this would have been more fun. I'm ready to get back to work. I want more. That's A.J. Brown. That's not your fifth-string wide receiver. That's not Britton Covey. I know he's not here anymore. That's A.J. Brown, a guy who misses time, right?
Absolutely.
The guy that gets hurt. So I think it's going to be more physical, and I do wonder. And coming up next, you'll hear from Nick Sirianni, who spoke on this topic about what he learned from 2023, the last time the Eagles followed a Super Bowl season, and how it'll help this season. I also wonder how much winning it helps. I'll explain more coming up next. It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Connor Thomas.
To Sirianni's credit, coming out of the collapse year, he had a lot of...
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. So what did we learn about the Eagles after the last time they got to the Super Bowl? And then obviously we saw how it unfolded in 2023. And what's different this time around? So Nick Sirianni, obviously, living off of experience, he was the head coach of the team that collapsed, fell apart in 2023, which then led to a lot of conversations about his future, other players' futures. What does Howie Roseman do? And then we then get to the Super Bowl and win it just this past year, this past season. Here was Nick Sirianni talking about the season following Super Bowl appearances.
Yeah, there's always a fine line, I think, of managing, guys and as far as their bodies go, and then daily improvement, right? And so there is no secret. Like we talked, someone asked me earlier, and I said there is no secret. Like you have to be able to overcome adversity, and you have to work hard. And so there is a fine line between that, though, right? Of the grind that you put in of coming off of a long season, and having the guys ready to play each Sunday, and getting better, right? If you lean too far one way and say, all right, it's just important that we get to Sunday with ourselves as fresh as we can possibly be, then maybe you miss out on some opportunities to grow, your fundamentals and your situational football and all the different things that it takes there. And if you lean too far the other way, you run them into the ground. So there's a fine line there. It's not and I don't think there's a handbook that says this is how long. You got to have a feel for the players. You have to have it be in constant communication with your players and how they're feeling. You got to know what players to say, hey, how are you feeling? And know who's trying to maybe get a couple reps off and who's really telling you the truth. You got to do the same thing with the doctors and the training staff, and the strength coaches. And the good thing is here, I got a lot of players that I can lean on and trust there. I got a lot of guys there with Nando and Tom and Arsh that, are, give me their best advice as well. And then it's my job to listen to all parties and do what I think's best for the football team while having all that information.
All right, I know that sounded like a lot. And there's probably people going, man, what is he talking about? I'm glad that he is so obsessed that he gave that long of an answer, because he does not want what happened 2 years ago to happen this year.
I love the fact that
he's thought about it.
I love the fact that there's something great about Nick Sirianni in that there is no arrogance with him. He is absolutely willing to say, I don't have all the answers.
Right.
I am going to consult with this guy. I'm going to listen to this guy. I'm going to take into consideration what my veteran players have to say.
Mm-hmm.
There's something about a leader who says, yeah, I don't have all the answers, but I'm going to listen to everybody, but it's going to be my choice.
Right. Ultimately.
I love that. To me, that's a mature leader in my mind. And that's the kind of leader I want, honestly. A guy who listens.
Yeah.
Guy who listens. I just want to know that when you, if a boss tells you, I have an open door policy, but then you go in the open door policy and you sit there and you know the boss isn't really listening to you.
Right.
They've already got their mind made up. They're not listening to you, but they're open door, but they're not listening. There's a difference between that. Sirianni, I bet you he really does listen.
Well, yeah. Week 5, bye week, prime example. So I know there was a lot there, but look, I think it's important to hear because he's clearly thinking about it, and to your point, doesn't have all the answers, so he's going to consult with a lot of people.
What does it tell you, though, as far as, does that tell you anywhere? Did you take it anywhere there where he's leaning?
No, I think he's still coming up with the plan.
That's what I sort of think.
But if he's
too.
talking to his players, a lot of his top players, the players that people have the jerseys of across this area, they want to get back to work. They're ready to get back to work since it's the day they won the Super Bowl.
Is that the smartest plan?
I want people to enjoy it, and I think they did.
No, I do too. Well, we'll get into that too.
Yeah.
But I mean, is that? I don't know. I mean, it's this group, man. They seem very gung ho.
Yeah, they do.
Boy, do they seem gung ho.
And so, speaking of this group, coming up next, Jordan Mailata, Jalen Hurts. They obviously both spoke yesterday, and they both spoke about Nick Sirianni. So we'll play those clips for you. And I do want to tell you why I think winning the Super Bowl this time around makes it a lot different than losing it from 2 years ago. And Jalen Hurts is a prime example. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The day of reckoning for the tush push. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. After being tabled during the NFL owners meeting 7 weeks ago, the time has come for the league to vote on the future of the tush push today at the NFL spring meeting. Reportedly, there were 16 teams ready to vote to ban it over a month ago. They need 24, so we'll see what they can do to manage to get the other 8 votes today to ban it or not. We'll keep you updated all day long right here on the Fanatic. Earlier this week, Nick Sirianni and the Eagles agreed to terms on a contract extension, though the coach denied to reveal the exact details of that contract talked yesterday. One guy who's all about the details is A.J. Brown, who spoke yesterday and said he told his coach he's riding with him till the end.
I told, I literally texted Nick last night, told him congrats. I told him I'm done when he's done. I don't know how long his extension is, but but he was like, of course.
Hopefully for a long time. The Phillies beat the Rockies again last night by a score of 7-4. Jesus Luzardo got the start. He went 6 innings, struck out 10, only allowed 1 earned run. At the plate, the Phillies put together back-to-back games of 17 hits or more for the first time since 2007, including Kyle Schwarber's 17th home run of the season, tied for the National League lead. The Phils are back at it again tonight with the Rockies. Taijuan Walker's on the mound. First pitch is tonight at 8:40. This update was brought to you by Rheem. When you want your home to feel like a dream, it has to be Rheem. Stay cool with the high-efficiency AC system from Rheem, RHEEM. Find your Rheem Pro partner at thereemteam.com. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the NBA playoffs, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
You'll hear from Jordan Mailata and Jalen Hurts here momentarily on Nick Sirianni, the growth of the head coach. I love it. I saw a tweet already from Walter McCray.
What's up, Walter?
Saying, interesting how you and Andrew, you and John and I, have made a total 360 on our opinion of the Eagles head coach in just 1 year. Bravo. Now, first of all, it'd be 180.
No. He might say 160 because I didn't want him fired.
Right. You never wanted him fired.
I never wanted him fired.
Again,
so
Walter.
I don't consider 180. But the thing is that Walter holds, I'll give you this for Walter. Walter holds you accountable.
No, and I love it.
And I like that because Walter even said it yesterday. He said about A.J. Brown saying about the Olympic story.
Yeah.
And he goes, I know my man John Kincade would hold him accountable.
We will talk about that.
So it works. I like that. Look, my opinion on Nick Sirianni as far as his coach has absolutely changed because he's shown me growth.
Right.
And I applaud it.
And oh, by the way, he was walking on a very thin sheet of ice.
He was. I'll tell you,
the season last year.
Last year, after the Cleveland game, I absolutely walked out of there shaking my head. On the way home, I was still at the building. I called my wife and I said, put on NBC Sports Philadelphia. You have to watch this press conference.
Yeah.
Because I said, this is a man melting down in public.
Yeah.
And I said, this is unbelievable.
I don't know what snapped back into it.
No, I know what snapped back into it. The boss. The boss saying, do you want this job? Do you like this job?
That's true.
Stop it. Stop doing this. You don't bring kids to a press conference. Andy Reid doesn't do this. Mike Tomlin doesn't do this. John Harbaugh doesn't do this.
Yeah, and everybody had the same thought. He did it to soften the blow.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Questions.
Kobe Bryant does this. No. Kobe Bryant doesn't do this in game 2 of the. They stop this stuff.
Yeah.
It's not the NBA.
But good owner.
Yes.
And again, credit to Nick Sirianni.
Credit to him learning.
For listening and learning and look at how it changed. Now, this time around, what's different? I think winning the Super Bowl is maybe the biggest thing that will help the Eagles going into this season. Again, if you're just tuning in, we're talking about what happened the last time the Eagles got to the Super Bowl. We know the collapse that happened and the bad vibes surrounding the team. This time around, they played deep into past January into February again.
Sure,
their off season shorter than any other team other than the Kansas City Chiefs, and so it could be a bumpy road again. First place schedule. We know the difficulties of the schedule. But John, when they lost last time, and you read the stories, you spoke to the same guests I did, all the people that cover the team. Jalen Hurts was miserable after they lost the Super Bowl.
He was.
To the point where there was a story written by Tim McManus where one of the players anonymously explained in-house that he walked around as if his pet died every day.
Every day. It was
despite the Eagles being 10-1.
It was an unhappy locker room.
Jeff McClain said this is the most miserable 10-1 team I've ever been around. Remember that?
Because I think what happened is they were a team that instead of turning the page said, we lost the Super Bowl, so nothing matters but getting back to the Super Bowl and correcting that mistake.
Correct.
Instead of creating a brand new journey, a brand new storyline, like being able to write a new book and write a new chapter. They handled it so much better last year.
Yeah. And look, there's going to be its own challenges this year. The repeat talk. There's going to be talks about repeating all season long.
Yeah, you know what, though? These guys may just love that.
They might, because that means they won.
They may just eat it up. I might not like it. They may eat it up.
Right. And look, if they lost again, then it's, man, you're 0 for 2 in your chances.
Right.
How many times did Andy hear about that? How many times did Five hear about that with NFC Championship games, right? Whereas the Eagles now can say that they won it and they know the grind that it takes to try to rebound. So I think that's probably the best thing that for the Eagles is the fact that they did win the Super Bowl. I know that sounds crazy. But seriously, going into this year, the fact that they won it instead of losing it, we saw how miserable of a group they were a couple of years ago. It started with their leadership team.
It brings up again, going back to like Walter on Twitter, on X, about changing opinions on things. The one thing I've learned is that as much as I respect that Eagles clubhouse and that locker room, is that I've learned so much about them in the last few years is that this is a tougher locker room, a tougher mentality than any Philly sports team we've ever seen in the history of this town. They have a mentality that is sort of unrecognizable to any of us. They have a swagger to them. They have a confidence to them. And they have a we don't give a damn about outside noise quality to them that I'm not sure has ever existed in this town.
No, and by the way,
they're
should.
very internalized.
Now, there's some guys that do care. I mean,
no, but they're very internalized.
Darius
as far
Slay,
as,
we know, was very online.
Yeah, but you know what, though?
A.J. Brown is very online.
He is, but he's still... I do believe Darius Slay loved his time here.
I do, too. I'm just saying. Like
you
these
know
guys,
what I mean?
These guys do know the outside noise.
Yeah, but
they hear the outside.
But there are guys here who let the outside noise destroy them.
Absolutely.
Get in their heads, just affect their play. Miles Sanders.
Not afraid to point that one out.
Yeah.
Because I know it happened.
Yeah, it did.
I know he sent DMs to people.
And it did, and Kenny Gainwell let it happen at a time. Kenny Gainwell on his DMs during a game.
Yeah.
Like, there's guys, I think that they have created an atmosphere, and by the way, Nick Sirianni gets credit for that. Jordan Mailata and Lane Johnson and all the veterans on this team get credit for that. They've created a mentality where they truly are. They've created a dog mentality.
Speaking of those veterans and the leaders, we'll start with Jordan Mailata, who I just want to hear him talk because I like hearing him talk. But here was Jordan Mailata talking about the growth of the head coach that he's been playing for his entire career.
When I think of Nick Sirianni and the growth that he has shown, I look at my growth first, but I also see coaches grow. And I think about that time, his first press conference, or second press conference, when he talked about the flower. And now I just want to give him his flowers. I mean, he's done a phenomenal job building the culture of this locker room. And it's no surprise that he got a, multi-year contract? But, I'm not surprised. All the scrutiny that he's gotten, and to be able to come back every year and preach the message, but also correct his mistakes and show accountability. He's always me first, then you. And when you have a coach who allows even the players, it's not coaching-led. He says too, it's not coaching-led, it's player-led. He gives us our space to be able to create that culture as well. And we feed off that. We bounce off each other. And so he means incredibly a lot to me, but also this team, this franchise.
I mean, I love it. And that goes back to the week 5. The players are allowed to lead this team. The players went to his office week 5 during the bye week and said, we got to run the ball, coach. And look what happened.
This is what we're great at. This is what we need to do.
It turned the entire season around.
I love the idea, though, that, and Jordan points it out, the idea that Nick Sirianni is a guy who says, before you point a finger, and it was always a rule, and it was weird, is I worked for a couple guys in the business world who always said to me, as I came up through the ranks, and they were teaching me to, be able to lead other people that would be under me.
Yeah.
Say, no, John, you keep coming to me with problems. That's not part of being management. You now have to be able to, when you come to me with the problem and then say, here is what I propose to be the solution. And I'll tell you, I've seen that work before. That's good.
Yeah.
Or I might tell you, try that, but tweak it a little bit. Stop coming to me with problems.
Right.
Come to me with a problem and a solution. So it tells me that Nick Sirianni is a guy that comes with first, too, is very introspective. You better, if you're saying something is wrong with our show, we're doing something with our show, you better be able to say, well, I could do better with this, and then Gunnar could be better at that. You better say something about yourself first, because we all have to contribute. We all got to do things better. And that's part of it.
And look, now there are some coaches that are the my way or the highway, and it's worked. Right?
That seems more old school.
There are coaches that live and die that way, and it's blown up in their faces, or it's worked. Where Sirianni seems to be a guy where I think he was a my way or highway guy at one point, and then I think he quickly got humbled by that in 2023 when he stuck with that same offense over the course of the season, and then he decided, all right, let me listen to my elder statesman in Vic Fangio. Let him run the defense. Let me work alongside Kellen Moore, even though there was the weird moments last season before the season started about whose offense it was, right? Like, we heard 17 different answers.
And Nick was obviously wanting last year to use a crude analogy a little bit, but pee on the fire hydrant.
Yeah.
Before the season started, he was very, very clear about wanting to pee on the fire hydrant. Like, I'm not out of this.
Right.
I'm still the head coach.
And then
he didn't give a damn.
And look, they won a Super Bowl.
Correct.
And I'm sure that's what ultimately matters for Nick Sirianni.
He got the glory.
Hell yeah, man. Now he got the contract extension. So coming up next, you heard from Jordan Mailata, but let's hear from Jalen Hurts. Because remember, it was not long ago, 1 year ago, where there was issues between the head coach and the starting quarterback. All the reports about Hurts and Sirianni having a bad relationship. where they didn't talk all that much. He was upset about Brian Johnson being fired, all this kind of stuff. There was legitimate issues a year ago. Less than, because it led into training camp. What does Jalen Hurts say this time around? You'll hear that coming up next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Philadelphia Union Soccer.
Haribo approaches with the right foot.
On this Wednesday morning, which means Schefty. Adam Schefter joins us coming up at 7:55. Amy Fadul was not on with us yesterday, so she's with us today for the 9 o'clock hour.
Love it.
We'll also check in with Matt Gelb in Colorado later on the 9 o'clock hour. So busy day today.
Are we going to be able to get an answer out of Schefter today? Because I'm gonna ask the question again. I'm gonna ask Adam Schefter to answer the question. What did Roger Goodell do if he gets 8 more votes? What did he offer these teams? He had to offer them something.
Yeah, it has to be something. It can't just be they went for a round of golf and he coerced them.
That which is the go-to line.
Yeah, because that's what
Schefter's
that's
go-to
what it was
line.
last time.
That's a bunch of crap.
Yeah.
Something is being offered to these teams, and I don't know what it is.
All right, we'll try
I'm
to figure that
fascinated.
out with Adam Schefter later on in the show. By the way, today is voting day for the tush push, so we will find out. By the way, unanimous for the Olympics.
They said that. Yes,
Every
they did.
team voted for the NFL players being allowed to participate in the 2028 Summer Olympics for the flag football. All right, well, let's play one more clip here for you from Jalen Hurts, because we know that there was some tumultuous times between Hurts and Sirianni that didn't seem to be heading in the right direction at all. And again, thank God you have a good owner in Jeffrey Lurie for multiple reasons. Stepping in, we think, between these two people, these two men. Stepping in after the meltdown against the Cleveland Browns with Nick Sirianni. And Jeffrey Lurie, being the great owner that he is deserving of a lot of credit for this ship being righted. So here was Jalen Hurts yesterday being asked about Nick Sirianni, and he talked about his growth and evolution.
Well, first and foremost, congratulations to him. Everything that he's been able to achieve and accomplish, he's earned. And just to see his evolution and his growth from my perspective and playing quarterback for him, his whole entire tenure here, it's been a great experience, been a great ride. It's been a lot of learning for the both of us, and hopefully we're just getting started.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully they are just getting started, and you think that they are with the youth of this team and how this team's coming together.
Just getting started, though? I mean...
Hey, let's get more.
Jalen Hurts has been to the playoffs every year as a starting quarterback.
As has Nick Sirianni as the head coach of the team.
He's been to a Super Bowl 2 of the last 3 years. I mean, it's like...
They're just getting started, baby. I love it.
I love hearing it.
I love that. Now,
I love hearing
look,
it.
I like that he said, I've seen him grow and evolve from my standpoint. And look, I think Jalen Hurts can say that he himself has grown and evolved because I think the relationship issues that we saw last year stem from both parties. Even though Nick Sirianni may have publicly been always trying to say good things about Jalen Hurts, whereas the reverse wasn't necessarily there.
This was more of a Jalen problem with Nick than a Nick problem with Jalen.
Yeah, that's how it came off.
Well, it's more publicly the knowledge we have of it.
Right, exactly.
We're
just basing it off of what was said in press conferences.
Jalen would not throw him
a bone.
Ever a bone.
But I liked hearing that yesterday, and I think that was a candid answer. Like, look, I've seen him grow a lot. It was just 3 seasons ago. Well, it was February of 2023, so two years and 3 months ago, when Jalen Hurts had to pull down Nick Sirianni's arm because Sirianni was barking at the Chiefs sideline during the Super Bowl 57, telling them to move back because of the penalty. That wasn't that long ago.
I was told that yesterday by someone that I really trust around the Eagles that Jalen had to adjust his schedule to make sure that he would be there to speak. So that's great.
Yeah, that means he wanted to be there.
He wanted to be there. And to me, that's great progress.
Yeah.
And by the way, that's great leadership from our quarterback.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's progress.
And we've seen that. Remember,
Leadership.
he needed to become a better leader, which was talked about by his own peers.
Yeah, no, Lane Johnson said it on the Dan Patrick Show.
Yeah, I mean, he needed to be a better leader.
He put that on Front Street
Right.
at Super Bowl 58. He put that out there for everybody to hear.
You've talked about Jason Kelsey saying,
Yes.
Jalen, this is your team now.
This is your team. And he said that publicly.
Right.
Here, take the keys, guy.
Right.
It's your time.
And you saw that last year, and look what it led to.
That was after
it
the
led to them
Tampa
winning
game.
a Super Bowl.
Right.
Yeah, unbelievable.
That playoff game.
All right, you could text in, call in, 610-632-0975. Let's check the text line here, Gunner. Our sort of main jumping off point, even though we're kind of bouncing around here with the Eagles and still celebrating, reacting to Nick Sirianni's contract extension.
Which I'm still suspicious of.
What do you mean?
Real quick. I can tell you right now how long Mike Tomlin's contract is, John Harbaugh's contract is, other big contracts. Why is it a secret?
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't want to
Why? But why? But why is it a secret?
Hey, good news is we have Adam Schefter coming on in an hour.
I'm going to ask him.
We can ask him that
like,
too.
Why would it be a secret? Like, I have no idea why it would be a secret.
You'll see when he starts wearing a rollie around. You'll understand that he's got the money.
I don't see him doing that. There you go.
No, he'll just go back to Rally House and buy more pandering gear.
He'll go to Rally House.
It's your city, it's your house. He'll get all his new gear.
The Rally House is going to be hitting it up big time.
What have we all, not just the Eagles, but what have we as fans learned about the last time the Eagles went to the Super Bowl? And then, of course, we know the collapse that happened. What did we learn from that season that they're doing different? And we still haven't even broken down what they're doing differently this offseason, which we'll talk about at some point this show as well. What are the people saying on the text line this morning, Gunner?
Yeah, we got Eddie and Camden checking in saying, fire me up, boys. We are just getting started. The battery of Sirianni and Hurts are going to be here for a long time, and I don't see it going south at all.
All right, and so why won't it go south? So let's talk about this. The youth, I think, is a big part of that.
I think that's a big part.
They weren't an old team in 2023 following going to the Super Bowl, but they were older, right? Like Fletcher Cox was still here. Jason Kelsey was still here. The median age, it was higher than what it is now. This is a young team.
How about they were in the top third of the NFL?
In terms of age?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were in the top third.
Now they're young.
Which isn't
one of the younger teams.
Yeah, now they're
in the
one
NFL.
of the younger teams.
And so I think that plays a part of it. Your bodies are going to be probably a little bit better. They're not going to be as banged up. Not that Fletcher Cox had a bad season in 2023. He was actually really good for the Eagles.
I'm going to tell you what's changed is they were a bit stuck in their ways. I think that there comes a time where the leadership in the room may have gotten stale.
Okay.
Maybe the messaging got a little stale.
Yeah, probably.
A lot of the same guys leading for a long, long time.
That could be it.
And
where some of the younger players were no longer listening. And look,
part
of that blame is to the younger players. Like,
no, it is.
If an older vet goes, yeah, I got this thing on my finger. It's called a Super Bowl ring. Listen to me. And they don't.
Yeah.
That's also on the young players' fault.
It absolutely is. But it's also, too, is that sometimes messaging gets a little stale. And you want to hear something different.
Yeah, I got you. Now, the thing is, some of those vets are still around, right? Like Jason Kelsey's still around.
Sure.
Brandon Graham will still be around.
Yeah, they're around, but they're not. Look, when they go in the locker room, it's like a rah-rah guest speech.
Right.
It's different than every day hearing the same stuff.
All right, well, we'll talk about some other things that are different this time around from the 2023 season. Going into 2025, following another Super Bowl appearance, this time a victory, which is probably the biggest difference of them all. We'll continue talking about that coming up next. We'll get more text messages at 610-632-0975. Also, to start the 7 o'clock hour, I want to applaud someone today for taking a bit of a shot at the media and the fans, but at the same time, he's absolutely spot on, which means he gets it. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The fate of the tush push will be revealed today. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. After being tabled during the NFL owners meeting 7 weeks ago, the time has come for the league to vote on the future of the tush push today at the NFL spring meeting. Reportedly, there were 16 teams ready to vote to ban it over a month ago, but they need 24 for it to go into effect. We'll see if they manage to gather the other 8 votes needed to ban it today or not. We'll keep you updated all day long here, right here on the Fanatic. Earlier this week, Nick Sirianni and the Eagles agreed to terms on a contract extension, though the coach denied to reveal the exact details of that contract yesterday. One guy who's all about the details is A.J. Brown, who spoke yesterday and said he told his coach he's riding with him till the end.
I told I literally texted Nick last night, told him congrats. I told him I'm done when he's done. I don't know how long his extension is, but but he was like, of course.
The Phillies beat the Rockies again last night by a score of 7-4. Jesus Luzardo got the start. He went 6 innings, struck out 10, and allowed just 1 earned run. At the plate, the Phillies put together back-to-back games of 17 hits or more for the first time since 2007, including Kyle Schwarber's 17th home run of the season, tied for the league in Major League Baseball. Phils and Rockies are back at it again tonight. Taijuan Walker's on the mound. First pitch is at 8:40 tonight. This update was brought to you by Philly Sports Trips. The NFL schedule just rolled out. Book your epic Birds away game trip now at phillysportstrips.com. They sell out fast. That's phillysportstrips.com. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the NBA playoffs. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Vacation, business trip.
Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
That was almost my school closing number.
Is that right?
We were 454.
Yeah, see, I don't remember that at all.
You don't remember your school closing number?
No, I don't.
Gunner?
We got the
You had to
phone
be like
calls.
450 something.
I remember it being a thing, but I don't remember what it was.
Yeah.
I just remember
What did
the
you get,
good news
phone
of
call?
getting
You
on.
got phone
We would
calls?
either get phone calls or we'd watch the news and see the scroll at the bottom that showed all the schools.
Well, you spoiled brats. Man.
Yes.
We used to
Yeah.
have to listen to the radio, and then a guy named Tom LeMaine, a radio legend in this town, would go, "All right, now, in Delaware County."
I thought you guys walked uphill both ways to school in the
We
snow.
did. You know, we had to do, though, at O'Hara. You had to, sometimes they would say, open with no transportation.
That's
So school would be open, and there's no transportation.
Figure it out, kid.
And it would be, and Betty would be like, that means you're happy is going to school. So get out to the Red Arrow and take the bus.
My God.
Oh, yeah.
That ain't happening these days.
Oh, I did
man.
not get
That
this.
ain't
Oh, no,
happening.
no. Yeah, they don't make them like Betty Kincade much anymore.
All right. Before we play this A.J. Brown audio that I can't wait to play in a few minutes because it's just, I love it.
It's AJ, though.
It's
right?
A.J. Brown.
No, but it is him.
Yep.
It's
and
him
and I
very
love
much.
it. Let's talk about some of the differences this time around. So we talked about youth. We obviously talked about them winning.
Utes.
Is probably the biggest difference because now there's not the pressure of trying to get back to rewrite the ship or trying to get back to change the result, right?
Not only
and
the
that's what it
pressure,
was.
dude. Like, it's like last time they talked about, they thought it was the destination that was going to make them feel good, like winning that. It was Jalen Hurts' background. It still is his background.
Right.
But now you heard A.J. Brown talk about it. They appreciate the journey. They're not trying to just win the game. They're going to go out there and try to appreciate each and every game.
Right.
Last time was let's get to game number 24 months from now, and whatever happens between then doesn't matter.
Yeah, and there was just so much pressure that when they lose to the 49ers, which would probably be the one team that would stand in their way that season,
It set them off.
It blew up. Like they just fell apart. Now look, there is a similarity to 2023.
What's that?
It's the offensive coordinator, the first-time offensive coordinator. We don't know who Kevin Patullo is. Jalen Hurts actually spoke about that as well yesterday. You have that clip ready for us, Brendan? So Jalen Hurts yesterday talking about Kevin Patullo.
Coach Patullo he's been here throughout the journey as well. He's had a different position. Always played a pivotal role in what we've done, and I think he's got a great mentality and a great approach coming into everything right now. And so the bigger picture is just taking it a day at a time, truly, keeping the main thing. And I think that's where we are. Everyone's in a good place. Everyone's focused, and everyone cares about their duties and what they're supposed to do. And we've always had some type of communication in the past, in prep. Nothing really changes in terms of that. It's just kind of people with different titles. Just taking a day at a time. I think this is a season right now in the off season where we're collectively trying to build out the system and structure things the way it's going to be for this iteration of the Eagles.
Now, that is a much different answer from the last time we heard Jalen speak on Patullo. If you remember, it was right before the parade.
Where I think he sort of maybe didn't expect him to get the job.
Yeah, like he was asked about Kevin Patullo. He said, well,
that would be a totally different job.
Totally
for
different
him.
job. He's never done it, blah, blah, blah. Whereas that answer was a lot different. So maybe he's had more time to sit down and talk to Patullo. You heard him talking about, the system that they are implementing. So maybe he already has a bit of an idea of what Patullo wants to do.
Maybe this time around, Jalen Hurts, Super Bowl champion, has more of a voice in determining what the system is.
Yeah, maybe.
Now that, by the way, that is total speculation on my part. That's just speculation.
Look, he's the guy that's calling out the blitzes now. He's probably got a little bit more freedom at the line of scrimmage than he has in years past. So that could be a big part of it. But, I mean, look, when it comes to this team, this time around, 2025 versus 2023, I think the pressure of losing and trying to get back was one of the biggest things that hurt them that year. That's the biggest difference for me.
Well, the thing is wanting something so bad can sometimes overwhelm you.
Absolutely.
Can overwhelm your thought process, you almost get too tight.
Yeah.
You're
Look at the Phillies in 2023.
Right.
When they get to the NLCS. They got tight, man.
Yeah, they did.
They know that they were one win away from getting back to where they had lost the previous season. They got too tight.
They did.
And that's why they choked away that playoff series. Oof. All right, you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia. Beasley Media Group station broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio. powering possibilities. Before we play this A.J. Brown audio, give us a couple more text messages, Gunner. You can text in at 610-632-0975.
We got Terrell and Philly checking in saying we as Eagles fans have nothing to worry about. The NFC is weak. Our schedule is carrot cake from the Cheesecake Factory. If you want to make up a fake concern, I guess it would be the young QBs like Jordan Love and Jaden Daniels getting in our way. But even then, Jalen Hurts, I'll take him over them all day.
Yeah, look, I'm not just going to sit here and say the NFC is weak sauce and like it's,
no, I don't believe that.
It's going to be an easy ride for the Eagles. This is going to be a bumpy ride this season. But the thing is, and again, carrot cake from the Cheesecake Factory.
I got to tell you that is that I need to know the analogy.
It's going to be more difficult than what Terrell's making it out to be. But here's the deal. I am going into the season this time around expecting that. Right?
That what?
That it's going to be bumpy. That it's not going to be.
So do I.
They're not just going to run through their schedule, run through the NFC. And like last year, they ran through the NFC. Well, they ran through the Commanders. But last year, those last two games were easy for the Birds.
The first two games, though,
were
much harder.
Yeah.
Which is incredible. The Packers and Rams games were both dicey. And I need to know. First of all, carrot cake.
I'm not a big carrot cake guy.
I'm not a big carrot cake guy.
My dad loves it.
I'm not a. I love cheesecake, but I'm not a. I think I've been to the Cheesecake Factory maybe twice in my life.
They also have like a million different cakes, and you're going with the carrot cake. Like you can get that at the Acme.
You know, respectfully to my father,
Acme,
who I love.
Your Delco just comes out. The Acme.
You know how much I appreciate my father.
You do.
Love that man.
Your father's a great dude too.
Any chance we get to celebrate him, I'm all for it. But the problem is, growing up.
No.
His birthday, usually the cake was carrot cake.
Oh, no.
And, like, because it was his choice. And, like...
Well, why are you giving him a choice?
Because he's dad. And, like, you know, as a kid, you're excited for cake, right? Oh, it's Dad's birthday. We're going to do cake tonight. And then you see the bits of carrot, and you're like...
Oh, jeez. Come on, Dad.
Dad, come on. Like,
what are you, vegan?
Like, Ma, did you make something on the side? Because this looks horrible.
Why don't you? It's one of the double chocolate, triple chocolate,
the quadruple chocolate.
See, I like the white icing. I want the white icing every time.
The carrot cake. Oh,
no Diddy.
On, man.
Give it to me. No Diddy. Yeah, exactly.
Wow. Wow. All right. Yesterday, A.J. Brown also spoke. So we heard from Jordan Mailata. We heard from Jalen Hurts. We obviously heard from Nick Sirianni himself because he was the man of the hour getting the contract extension.
We don't know how long.
Yeah, we'll find that out.
Might have been 3 weeks.
So A.J. Brown yesterday obviously also spoke about Nick Sirianni, but that's not the clip I want to play here. So it officially passed yesterday that the NFL is allowing players to participate in the 2028 Summer Olympics in flag football. And we were shocked when Schefter put out the tweet yesterday that it was trending in that direction. It was unanimous.
That's crazy because a lot of these votes rarely go 32-0.
And it was 32-0 in favor of allowing players to play in the Olympics. And again, I think it all comes down to one reason only. It's to try to get more eyes internationally. And so A.J. Brown was asked about it during his press conference yesterday about whether or not he would participate in it. He's going to be 3 years older, by the way, so he might not be participating in it. But A.J. Brown was asked about it, and I thought he gave such a perfect answer, even though there's probably somebody out there that will get offended by it. I think it's such a spot-on answer, and it tells me he gets it. Take a listen.
So I heard the Olympics is during camp. Yeah, so no. Yeah, so that would be tough. That would be tough, but hopefully that goes through, and I think that would be fun just to compete, you know, and me personally, no, but because of camp, and, you know, you guys will be complaining about A.J. Brown is not at camp, and so will the fans be, you know, so I'm going to focus. I'm going to keep the main thing, as Jay said.
I love that he said something so honest. If I did it, I know that you, the media, would complain about it, question it, write about it, talk about it, and fans would complain about it. I'm sure there's somebody right now driving in their car going, I wouldn't care. Look, we just watched Joel Embiid's season get derailed because of the Olympics.
Guilty.
Obviously, we're talking about one guy that's healthy versus one guy that isn't, but even if it's a tweak of the ankle or the first game, let's say A.J. Brown runs a bad pattern, right? What's the first thing everybody's going to say? Well, you know, if he wasn't playing in the Olympics, that probably wouldn't have happened.
Guilty.
I love that A.J. Brown took the shot at the media, took the shot at the fans, but you know what? He's right, and he gets it.
I don't consider it a shot.
No, not a shot, but it's
to me, it was absolutely...
It was a ball busting.
No, I think it was a truth bomb. Because, absolutely, AJ, I'm guilty. And I don't apologize for being guilty either, because that's your job. Your job. Your job isn't to play flag football, which isn't even a sport, to play flag football in the Olympics. Your job is to bring the Philadelphia Eagles glory. Your job is to bring the Philadelphia Eagles championships. That's work. That's play. Now, if play doesn't affect work, then that's great.
Right.
I'm all for it. So absolutely, I would call that an
But we're
question.
also scarred by it. Like, it just
it is.
Last year.
Yes.
This past summer, the number one player on our basketball team kind of rushed back from an injury, obviously to play in the playoffs first, but then instead of resting, participated in the Summer Olympics, and then we barely saw him this year.
I tell you, it's to me, that is absolutely.
And there's people that make the case that the Olympics had nothing to do with the injury. Come on.
What do you mean?
Let's not do that. Like, he could have rested his knee longer.
You mean he could have actually, he could have had a procedure.
Yes, because he
On his
got
knee,
one,
which he had to have.
He got one.
He
this
could have had
year,
a procedure and could have rested and rehabbed and could have been ready for the season. And instead, he chased glory for the third team that he begged to play for, the third country that he begged to play for. Remember that he was willing to sign away all rights to play for Team America, play for a foreign country.
Oh,
so
yeah, man.
go
USA,
for it.
USA.
Yeah, it's
baby.
great. It was USA was the third choice, but yeah, glad we were picked.
But I appreciate that.
Hope that gold medal game did it for you this year, Sixers fans.
I appreciate that honesty out of AJ Brown.
I love AJ Brown, and by the way, total honesty, and I don't apologize a bit because I would have questioned it.
Gunner?
I appreciate the honesty, but it's like, dude, I mean, the NBA thing I cannot get behind. It's a real sport. Flag football,
It's
not real at all. It's not real. And I don't know how they would go out there and take that serious. Like, how do guys that are modern day gladiators go out there, put it on the line every single Sunday? And, like, how do they not take that as a joke?
Again, I'm telling you this. I meant it when I said it yesterday. There's going to be a lot of players that will want to be a part of it in 2028 for two reasons. One, it's the first time. Two, it's in L.A. If there's a Summer Olympics in somewhere in Europe, like, yeah, that's cool. But again, camp is important. And if it bleeds into camp and then you have to make the trip back, you've been living in whatever country with the time difference for 2-3 weeks. I don't know how long they're out there, probably 2-3 weeks.
Probably 17 days.
You're all of a sudden your entire body clock changes, and then you're coming back to camp and you have to get right into it. It's not like, hey man, welcome back from Uzbekistan. We're gonna let you ease right. No, the coaches will be like
a time change difference.
Like, and you know how many, like, soft tissue injuries you see in the preseason, early in the season, pulled hamstrings? Like, what do you think is going to happen when it's just strictly running at the Olympics?
Yeah, well, you know the USA is going to beat the doors off of whoever they play anyway.
I don't know. South Korea, they got Kyle Hamilton on board.
Oh, really? Is
they
that
did.
right?
Yeah, but Kyle Hamilton's not playing in that.
All right,
if he does, his mom will kill him.
Coming up next.
And I know his mom.
We have
She'll
yet
kill him.
to react to the Phillies game from yesterday. And so coming up next, we will react to the Phillies' victory over the Rockies, and we'll try to do some projecting because Kyle Schwarber did it again yesterday, folks. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We want to hear from you, so text us at 610-632-0974. Schefter is going to be joining us coming up at 7:55 on Tush Push Vote Day. Coming up at 7:25, John Kincade has numbers for Kyle Schwarber that I cannot wait for you all to hear because what he is doing right now and has been since the start of the season has been incredible.
Got to get you excited.
And some may say the best of his career. So we'll get to that coming up in a little bit as well. But Phillies won their second game of their 4-game series with the Rockies yesterday. Remember how before the series started, I said I want them to sweep them in 4, and you were saying, "Come on, it's a lot to ask. It's hard to sweep a team in 4 games." They should sweep this team in 4 games. The Rockies, the Colorado Rockies, are an embarrassment to the sport of baseball. The Colorado Rockies are offensive to me. Somebody that loves watching baseball and somebody that watches more than just the Phillies. They are an offensive organization, and I don't know what baseball does, but this team stinks. And the Phillies, thank God. I mean, I'm glad for the Phillies' sake that they're going to win 4 games, if anything 3, but they're going to win this series and continue to add to their win total, which is great, especially right now when they're moving up and the Mets are moving down. But that Rockies team, 8-40, is offensive to me.
It is the worst start for a team, fastest to 40 losses since 1895. I mean, that's terrible.
Yeah.
And before you ask Gunner, no, I was not around to see that series.
You missed that one by a few days.
Did miss that
you were
series.
born the next week.
It really is embarrassing.
You're asking me yesterday but TV was in color when I was born.
Wow, good for you.
Thank you very much.
Wow.
It's like the 4th season in a row. It seems like there's a new historic pace for the
White
worst team
Sox
of all
last
time.
year, A's the year before that. It's horrible.
But look, I got to think, though, is that I do disagree with you, though, what you said earlier, is that I think tanking in baseball can work.
Who did it work for? You said the Astros.
The Astros have built up really nice. The Royals have a very nice young organization right now.
Did they just stink or did they tank?
Yeah, I don't.
But the thing is, that's
they
where
never
I can't
tanked
decide.
because look, Salvador Perez has always been there. Like it's not like when I think of tank, I think of the Phillies. Once the Phillies got rid of Utley, Howard, Rollins, Chooch, all those guys because they just aged out, right? They didn't say we're not winning anything, so let's move on from these guys. They aged out, but then it took them 10 years. Like they did.
Well, they also drafted poorly.
Well, exactly. It's because baseball drafts are such a crap. You're drafting guys that are 18 years old.
Well, you don't have to.
You don't have to. You're right.
You are. That is an organization.
But then I see guys like AJ Puck, who was supposed to be like the next big left-handed stud, who's now just a reliever.
But that's an organizational decision to draft 18-year-olds.
Yeah, but
you make a choice.
Puck was older, right?
I got you right. I mean, you make a choice. Is that
and how many feel like what was the guy out of Vanderbilt? He pitches for the Rangers now. Oh God, he was a stud.
Lighter or
no? Oh my
Lighter.
God, hold on. But he was a guy who was going to be the next big stud in Major League Baseball, and he's just okay.
Okay.
And like that's the problem. Like all these guys that are supposed to be the next big deal. Kumar Rocker.
Oh, Kumar Rocker.
He was there with Lighter. Yeah.
Kumar Rocker was supposed to be like the next big thing, and then he's got a 1-3 record with an 8.10 ERA this year.
His dad could be listening right now to the show.
Is he a local guy?
Yes.
I did not know that.
Yeah, see?
Oh, how
you know
about
his
that?
dad? Yeah.
But that's how it goes. I mean, it's just baseball. Like you can't just tank, and yet there are teams that. It's not necessarily the Rockies are tanking. It's they paid Chris Bryant money. It's not working out. The Pirates refuse to pay money. The Marlins refuse to pay money, so it's offensive. But whatever. Phillies get the win yesterday. 17 hits, Johnny. 17 hits. Bryson Stott, 3 for 6. Turner, 2 for 5. Harper, another 3-hit day with 2 ribbies. Schwarber, 1 for 4, long ball. Castellanos, 1 for 4. Kepler, 2 for 4. Real Muto, the only guy that goes hitless yesterday. He goes 0 for 5. Bohm, 2 for 5. Marsh, 3 for 5. And, of course, Jesus Luzardo. 6 innings, 10 strikeouts. I have a number for you. I know you like stats.
I do.
This is from OptaStats. Since
OptaStats.
the ERA became official in both leagues in 1913, you were around for that.
1913?
Yeah, you were around for that.
No, Betty had just given birth.
2 MLB lefties have gone undefeated with a sub-2 ERA and a 10-plus K per 9 over their first 10 starts of the season. Jesus Luzardo this season and Randy Johnson in 95 with the Mariners.
I remember that 95 season of Randy Johnson. I remember that year. I think they lost to the Yankees in the playoffs.
Let's see, I'll double check.
I think they lost to the Yankees in the playoffs.
That's a pretty good company to be in, by the way.
Did they?
They lost to the Yankees
In the playoffs.
Wow, they went 79 and 66 that year and won the division.
Yeah, it was a bad.
They won the AL West.
It was the strike year though.
Oh, okay.
That was the strike year. So it was the year after this. So they started the season late.
Okay, that's right.
So it was
okay.
a weird. It
so
was
they
the
played
weird
140,
year.
44,
It was the weird-
145
it was
games.
the weird
yeah.
year. Yeah.
Okay. I was going to say, man,
they went.
that's
they went
horrible.
and lost. And I think I remember the last. They won on a walk off. I think the Yankees won on a walk off. I remember that year. The Mariners were supposed to
I gotta
do something.
Let me see. They did.
They did. Yeah, they won on a walk off. That just was a memory. Yes.
Oh no, I'm sorry. The Mariners beat the Yankees.
They beat the Yankees.
They lost to the Cleveland now Guardians.
So they beat the
next
Yankees.
year. Yes.
Did they beat them on a walk-off?
They beat them on
Okay,
a
there you
walk-off. Sorry, I was reading it wrong. They beat the Yankees and then whatever. But yeah, so Phillies, another win yesterday, playing just a poor excuse for a Major League Baseball team. But coming up next, John has numbers on Kyle Schwarber that will amaze you as he continues to amaze us with another home run yesterday, as he is just on a tear. 17 home runs, and we haven't even reached June.
I'm going to put a smile on your face.
It's Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The day of reckoning for the tush push. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. After being tabled during the NFL's owners meeting 7 weeks ago, the time has come for the league to vote on the future of the tush push today at the NFL spring meeting. Reportedly, there were 16 teams ready to vote to ban it over a month ago, but they need 24 votes for it to go into effect. We'll see if they manage to gather the other 8 votes needed to ban it or not today. We'll keep you updated all day long right here on the Fanatic. Earlier this week, Nick Sirianni and the Eagles agreed to terms on a contract extension, though the coach denied to reveal the exact details of that contract yesterday. One guy who's all about the details is A.J. Brown, who spoke yesterday and said he told his coach he's riding with him till the end.
I told I literally texted Nick last night, told him congrats. I told him I'm done when he's done. I don't know how long his extension is, but but he was like, of course.
Hopefully they're both here for a long time to come. Phillies won again last night. They beat the Rockies 7-4. Jesus Luzardo got the start. He went 6 innings, struck out 10, and did not allow a single run at the plate. The Phillies put together back-to-back games of 17 hits or more for the first time since 2007, including Kyle Schwarber's 17th home run of the season, tied for the league lead in Major League Baseball. Phillies are back at it again tonight against the Rockies. Taijuan Walker's on the mound. First pitch is tonight at 8:40. This update was brought to you by Mattress Firm. Get matched and sleep at night during Mattress Firm's Upgrade Your Sleep sale. Take 120 nights to love your new bed or your money back. Restrictions apply. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the NBA playoffs. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Texting the
potty mouth Haley this morning.
Now, speaking of Haley, I give people a lot of credit that do this, but there are some people that just aren't strong enough. Haley is going to foster a cat because, for unfortunate reasons, the cat needs an owner, and so Haley's going to foster the cat. And she showed me a picture of the cat, and it's adorable.
Oh, the cat's beautiful.
And Haley's already doing like the puppy dog eyes looking at the cat. And I'm going, yeah, you're not fostering it. You're going to keep it. I know so many people, including my own sister, who, we're just fostering it. We're just fostering it. We swear. And then you fall in love with the damn animal in 3 days because how can't you? Because animals are adorable. I'm a
They're
big
wonderful.
animal. I could never, I'm sorry. Don't ever ask me to foster an animal because I will then
I'll
keep
fall in love with an animal.
Yeah, I will adopt it, which yesterday was National Rescue a Dog Day. I did that with my dog.
I rescued a dog yesterday with like an $1,100 bill getting a dog's teeth cleaned.
That sounds...
For God's sakes,
great.
I love Nikki Foles. She didn't rescue my credit card.
But fostering, I think, is wonderful for people that have the ability to do it and then pass on the animal to an owner that wants it. I could not do that.
I couldn't either.
I would then just end up saying, nah, it's mine now. Could you do that, Gunner? You seem like a heartless person.
He's pretty heartless.
Kick it on the street. I could do it. I think I'd end up.
Foster this.
It depends how much I loved it, right? If it was a pain in the ass, I'm giving it up. If it was nice, maybe it works its way into my heart.
I'm allergic to cats, so I can't.
Yeah,
I
would
couldn't
never
do it. But the thing is, the one cat, is it fair to a cat, though, the cat she's already got?
That's a good question.
Is it fair to bring in
You got to know your cat.
How do you know your cat until you get another cat?
You got to find out.
See, I'd worry about the cat that I have.
Yes.
Having their lives.
It's a good way to go through life.
Yeah. So good luck to Haley.
Good job, Haley.
And congratulations.
And stop cursing.
And congratulations on eventually adopting your second cat because
she's like
that's going to happen.
She's like Jack Sparrow this morning, walking around here. Captain Ahab cursing.
All right. You have Schwarber numbers
that it's going to make you smile, dude.
Should make everybody smile because this guy's on a freaking tear. 17 home runs, dude. It's May 21st.
Those numbers are just part of it. Pre-June 1st for his career, Kyle Schwarber's a 231 hitter for his entire career. He's hitting 257 this year.
Yeah, the June Schwarber thing. Schwarber
The
Fest.
June 1st Schwarber, right? His on-base percentage pre-June 1st for his entire career is 341, which is still pretty nice.
Yeah.
So even though his batting average has always been crappy, 341 is not terrible at all. He's 390 right now.
That's awesome.
His slugging percentage pre-June 1st for his career, 496. His slugging percentage this year pre-June 1st, 583. He is already at 17 home runs, as Andrew pointed out.
Which, by the way, tied for the league lead with Shohei.
If you project by what he usually does after June 1st, people are saying, wow, he could be in the 60 home run club. I mean, it could be. I heard Connor on one of the promos. Best of times, worst of times. This could be best of times, worst of times. We may see one of those Ryan Howard type historic power seasons like we haven't seen here in town.
So he's going to set a career record in home runs.
Oh, no.
Not batting from the leadoff spot.
Yeah,
Correct.
interesting.
How about this? He's also going to set he's on pace. He's going to set a career high in hits. He's going to set a career high in walks, potentially.
All in a contract year, by the way.
Walks probably not.
Cha-ching,
He's a little behind on that one. He can set it in total bases. He can set it in home runs. He can set it in batting average, on-base percentage, slugging percentage, and ops.
Cha-ching, 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 cha-ching.
It might end up being the best of times, worst of times. We may see the most amazing season we've ever seen and then see a Kyle Schwarber walk season.
To me, it just makes it the World Series or bust kind of label on the season even bigger. If I'm Schwarber, I'm not signing anything.
And that's why, there were people, shout out to our YouTube, I love you guys. YouTube is obviously always our immediate reaction to anything that we're talking about.
And what's that say?
And it's usually grousing. There were people that were upset that we talked about the Alvarado suspension for the entire show the other day.
Okay.
It's World Series or bust. So that's why I was so upset on Monday because he is one of your most important pieces. That to your point, Gunner, with what Schwarber's doing this year, knowing that he could potentially leave, there could be a team that goes, wait, we could pay this guy a lot of money.
Remember this. Kyle Schwarber was approached before the season. Kyle Schwarber did not sign. It tells you one of two things, because Kyle Schwarber has not commented on it.
Right.
It tells you that either Kyle Schwarber looked at the number and said, hell no, or Kyle Schwarber might have said, that's pretty good. Not good enough, but pretty good. They may have left the table saying, that's close. You could just sweeten it up a little bit. Or he may have walked away going, hell no. They think I'm signing for that?
Right.
But then this happens. And we've seen the best first 2 months of a season of Kyle Schwarber's career. And now Kyle Schwarber is holding all the cards.
Yeah.
He has the Phillies have no leverage. None. There's no leverage here. He's 32 years old. He can sign a 4-year deal anywhere he wants.
The only
but most likely he's going to get 5.
The only
6.
leverage, and this is a stretch, the only
Is what?
leverage that the Phillies have is, do you really want to relocate again? Cubs, Washington, Red Sox, and then the Phillies. Do you want to stay here because you're here, you're loved here? I mean, it's
his locker room clubhouse. Like, he's the guy.
Yeah.
Okay, he is loved here.
You get all the Wawa hoagies you want with Schwarberfest.
I think he does love it here.
I really do think he loves it.
But I don't believe that's leverage for the Phillies.
No.
See, I don't think in a negotiation, I don't think that's leverage. Because, look.
But it could save a couple bucks,
like right now, oh, yes. But like right now, if you were to say Kyle Schwarber, he's 32. So you're going to be getting his new contract, 33, 34, 35, 36. I love counting on fingers. 37. I bet he gets 5. A 5-year deal. Right? A 5-year deal.
I mean, he has the saying power at this point.
And he's gotten better. His numbers are ascending in his career.
And as he gets older, you're going to ask him to literally probably do one thing, and that's hit the ball far.
So if he gets a 5-year deal, 40 mil average?
Per season?
Yeah.
No.
No?
No, you're not giving him $40 million a year.
No?
I might tread there for 4 years. I'm not going 5 years.
You don't think he's getting close to $40 million a year?
A year?
Close to it? If he gets these numbers this year,
Bryce Harper, what's Harper getting? 27.5?
Kyle, look, don't go up Bryce Harper numbers.
No,
that's an old contract.
No, I know. I'm trying to think of like
Juan Soto numbers.
That's like Zach Wheeler's up there at 40,
but he's not going to get Juan Soto.
Wait a minute. Zach Wheeler's getting that as a pitcher.
Yeah.
This is an offensive middle of the lineup.
Yeah, but you know what? You could make the case that Zach Wheeler is the best pitcher in baseball.
You can.
Whereas Kyle Schwarber, look, Kyle Schwarber's going to get MVP votes this year if this keeps up.
What is Soto's AAV?
Hold on.
I mean, I'm just telling you, $40 million, I don't think's out of the question at all.
AAV
51 million.
Soto 51. Yeah.
You think 40 million's out of the question for Schwarber if he puts up a 50? What if he puts up a 50 home run season?
Which, by the way, would only be the second time in Phillies franchise history where somebody hits at least 50 home runs.
Right now, there's only 7 guys with an AAV over 40.
No, but I'm saying is that if he's coming off of 50, how many of those guys have gotten those contracts in the last 2 years?
Let's see. I mean, DeGrom was a couple of years ago, 2022. Alex Bregman got one this year, I believe.
Wait a minute. Schwarber's getting more money than Alex Bregman.
He's at 40. Aaron Judge is at 40. Zach Wheeler's at 42. Verlander, 43. Scherzer, 43. Juan Soto, 51. Ohtani, 70. But that contract's all out of whack.
Ohtani's out of whack.
By the way, Aaron Judge underpaid at $40 million.
I absolutely will tell you right now that he's getting $40 million.
By the way, speaking of Judge,
yeah.
And I love this. I know that this was the Schwarber Love Fest segment, as it should be. Have you been paying attention to what Aaron Judge has been doing this year?
I honestly underestimated.
Still over 400?
He's batting .403. We're in the later half of May.
I underestimated.
403
with power.
16 home runs.
See, that's
one shy of Schwarber.
See, that's
and his batting average is double.
See, that's the thing to me is I underestimated Judge. I never thought he'd be.
I don't think anybody thought he'd be this.
No, I never thought. I never.
He batted .322 last year. What? Didn't he hit 60 last year? Or was that 2 years ago?
No, was last year, wasn't it?
Last year was 58.
Last year was 58.
The 62 home run season was back in 2022.
I underestimated this guy completely.
Dude, there's no way anybody expected him to be this.
But this is crazy. This is crazy.
He didn't start playing in the big leagues till he was 25. He came up when he was 24, but it was for the later half of the season.
If I said to you right now, for the next 3 years, You had to have Judge or Ohtani. It's not an easy question.
It's not.
Because some people will just go, oh, Ohtani.
I'll go.
I don't think the Dodgers are letting Ohtani pitch.
Here's the one thing. If they let it, right.
I don't think they're letting him pitch.
The pitching's the big curious part of it. Judge plays the field.
Yes.
And very well.
Yes.
Aaron Judge has a freaking rifle
He does.
for an arm.
Can you say 5-tool?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Maybe not the speed.
Not the speed.
Even though he had 16 stolen bases back in 2022.
Whoa. Yeah, wow. I would never have guessed it for that.
You know, if you go to Pro Baseball Reference or any of the reference pages, if you lead the league in something, your statistic
It lights up?
It's bold.
Okay.
If you look at his 2022 season, it's pretty much across the board. It's
Except for the stolen
Yeah,
base.
except for stolen bases.
That's
a couple
bold
other
and
things.
beautiful, baby.
All right, coming up next, we'll check our text line again. Also, as we're getting closer to what could be the end of the tush push, John has a question about motivation coming up next. And don't forget Adam Schefter at 7:55 here on Kincade Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic.
Jalen Hurts.
First and foremost, congratulations to him.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Our man Adam Schefter joins us coming up in 15 minutes to talk about the passing of the allowance of NFL players playing in the Olympics in 2028. But, of course, the bigger picture stuff, the tush push. And then also, we didn't really get a chance to talk too much about this yesterday. I know you're in favor of it. Is the teams winning the division in the NFL still getting an automatic bid into the playoffs, but not getting an automatic home game? If a team wins 13 games and gets a wild card spot, they would get the home game. Now, I wonder, does that change how you make the schedule? How much, other than just what teams get seeds, what else? How else does that change the NFL?
Well, it does. It does change the. It does change the dynamic.
Because strength of schedule, like in the NBA. So the NBA can do it because every team plays everybody.
Okay, let me just go to this because it is, and real quick, I'll try to do it as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
NFL standings for 2024. How it would have changed? Could it have changed last year's playoffs for us? Okay, it might have changed. It could have changed last year's playoff for us. So last year in the playoffs, it would have been.
It would have been the 3 seed.
The Lions. Right? The Lions would have been the 1 seed. The Vikings would have been the 2 seed. The Eagles would have been the 3 seed. Okay? So no. I'm sorry. The Eagles would have been the 2 seed as a division champion in the tiebreaker. So they both ended with 14-3. So the Eagles still would have been the 2 seed, but the Vikings would have been the 3 seed. So that would have bumped down the way things went in the conference standings. That would have bumped them down. So then when you go with the 3 seed at that point, so that would have jumped the Rams would have bumped down. So the Rams would have been the 4 seed. So the Rams would have gone to, if everything had held in the first round, the Rams would have gone to the Lions, and if they didn't win, and the Vikings would have come here.
Okay.
Could have been a different game.
But what I'm saying is, how does it change? I'm not talking about the past. I'm talking about how does it change moving forward? Because, like, if you look at the NBA, and this is how it would break down. What the NFL is proposing, or what the Lions are proposing, is what the NBA does, right? Doesn't matter what your division is. If you're the 1 seed, you're the 1 seed. If you have the most wins in the Eastern Conference, you're the 1 seed. If you have the 8th most wins in the Eastern Conference, you're the 8th seed. But in the NBA, you play everybody. Everybody plays against each other. So you play your division opponents 4 times. So Sixers would play the Celtics.
Sure.
You know, you play all the other teams in the
3
Eastern
times.
Conference. No, it's 4. They changed it to 4.
Did they? Okay.
And then the opposing conference, you play each team twice, 1 at home and then 1 on the road.
Okay.
So there's parity. Whereas in the NFL, what are you going to do? You can't do the same breakdown.
Yeah, there's not parity because if you have like the one thing you get here is you have a crappy division. Let's say you're the NFC South.
Yeah.
Which is a pretty crappy division. And let's say this year in the NFC South, let's say the Falcons put it together.
Like they're the one good team in the division.
The Falcons put it together, and they put together a 13-win type of campaign. It can really help them. Or, the way it works, I mean, there can be some of that.
Yeah, and then if you play in a really tough division and you're losing games because of it, now all of a sudden you're a lower seed to the Falcons just because the Falcons played there wouldn't be the same parity as what the NBA does.
Correct.
And what the NHL does.
It's not the same.
So I don't know how they would do it if they did change it. They would have to change the entire way they do the schedule, I would think. All right.
I don't think they're not gonna change that because the NFL schedule's made up already. Like
no, not this year. I'm saying moving
no, because the schedule's already locked in for years to come.
Divisions that
it's already locked in years to come. Like the Eagles already know their 2026 schedule, except for a few opponents.
But you know the NFL, man. They are always on top.
Yeah, but they're not allowed. There's something in it that they're not allowed to manipulate.
We'll talk to Schefty about it in a few minutes.
Already locked in.
All right. So you wonder if the tush push gets banned.
Yes.
You just have a question about motivation.
I want to know if the Eagles locker room is going to sound like Haley this morning. Are they just going to be on the sort of the FU tour?
Yeah.
If this is going to be like the Eagles that we've talked about, it bothers me a bit. And being in the South, as long as I was, it always bothered me when, and I know Coach Saban would do it. And I asked Coach Saban about it many times at like SEC media days in the summer. Mm-hmm. I'd say, did you even enjoy the championship?
Right.
And he'd go, well, what are you, the enjoyment police? It'd be like, I enjoyed it. Ask Dabo Sweeney, how long do you enjoy the championship?
He's already recruiting for the next year.
He goes, I enjoy it during my 2-week break when we go to the lake in the summer.
Yeah.
That's when I enjoy it, when the coaches have off. The day after the championship, we're recruiting, we're doing all these things.
You're getting right. So, by the way, the day after the championship, you can go to recruits saying, hey, we just won the championship. Join us. They're working right away.
Like Nick Saban one time was trying to nail these recruits down at a time and was trying to recruit really hard. He came on with Buck and I the day after they won the national title. He came on the Wednesday afterwards. And he said,
because he can flex it.
And we said, what'd you do? And he said, I was on the phone yesterday morning at 8 in the morning, 7 in the morning, calling kids before they went to school.
Reminding them that they just won the national title. You want to come join us.
Did you watch the game last night?
Right, exactly.
You want some confetti? I got confetti for you.
Right.
I got a big pile of confetti in my office right now. Like, he would literally be doing that. I sort of have seen that of the Eagles this year. Devontae Smith, not really enjoying it. A.J. Brown, not really enjoying it. Jalen Hurts. And I wonder how much of it is they're reading the script and how much of it is it's in their DNA and they actually believe it.
I think it's more DNA.
So you think it is more?
Yeah, I just think
it's
built.
A lot of how they're raised. And when I say raised in football, how they've been raised in football, how they were programmed.
Well, a lot of these guys are SEC guys too, man.
Correct. That it's like
you're talking about Saban. A lot of these guys played for him.
Yeah, there's a grind. And this is how you do it. But to me, I wish they enjoyed it a little bit more. But this whole tush push thing, I got a feeling that Jordan Mailata goes in that room and goes, dudes, whatever we're going to do, we're gonna shove it so far up their keisters.
I think it would be only for one game, honestly, and it's the Packers game.
What about Rams?
Bills.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah,
this is like the FU tour. Yeah. This is like the teams that have been most vocal.
Yeah.
The teams that have been most
Packers
vocal.
were the ones that sent it in, though.
But Packers, Bills, Rams, they've been 3 very vocal. Sean McVay, now my dog howls every time Sean talks. But, there's I
would just make sure that against all those teams, if you're on the 1 yard line, you're doing a quarterback sneak and just.
And then a tush-push celebration.
Yeah, tush-push celebration afterwards.
Which I do love, by the way. I think it's a great idea on your part.
That's your FU to those teams.
I think it's going to be a major talking point.
Look, athletes are crazy. They look for every bit of motivation they can find, right? Michael Jordan. How many times have you heard the stories about Michael Jordan where a guy just looked at him the wrong way, and so he had to drop 40 on him, right? You hear these stories.
Michael Jordan did his Hall of Fame speech and called out the high school coach who cut him.
Right, exactly. So
humiliated the man publicly.
NFL players look for every bit of motivation. So you might be right that there's something. I don't think it would be the end-all be-all about whether or not the team is motivated to try to repeat, but the week against those teams, I'm sure it'll come up in the meeting room. This is what they said about you guys.
I think it's going to be a fun talking point for us.
All right, well, coming up next, we'll have fun with Adam Schefter. Shefty joins us as he does every single week at this time on a Wednesday. It is Kincade and Salciunas here on 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The future of the tush push will be revealed today. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. After being tabled at the NFL's owners meeting 7 weeks ago, the time has come for the league to vote on the future of the tush push today at the NFL spring meeting. Reportedly, there were 16 teams ready to vote to ban it over a month ago, but they need 24 for it to go into effect. We'll see if they manage to get the other 8 votes needed to ban it today or not. We'll keep you updated all day long right here on the Fanatic as far as news goes on that. Earlier this week, Nick Sirianni and the Eagles agreed to terms on a contract extension, though the coach denied to reveal the exact details of that contract yesterday. One guy who's all about the details is A.J. Brown, who spoke yesterday and said he's with his coach until the end.
I told I literally texted Nick last night, told him congrats. I told him I'm done when he's done. I don't know how long his extension is, but but he was like, of course.
Maybe Adam Schefter will know how long that contract extension is, and he joins the show next at 7:55. The Phillies beat the Rockies again 7-4 last night. Jesus Luzardo got the start. He went 6 innings, struck out 10, allowed just 1 run. At the plate, the Phillies put together back-to-back 17-hit games for the first time since 2007, including Kyle Schwarber's 17th home run of the season, tied for Major League Baseball's lead. Phils and Rockies are back at it again tonight. Taijuan Walker on the mound. First pitch is at 8:40. This update was brought to you by Moyer Indoor and Outdoor Services. Follow Andrew Salciunas' lead and get a jump on a lush green lawn this spring. Right now, go to eMoyer.com for free estimates. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the NBA playoffs, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this Wednesday morning, which means momentarily we'll be joined by our man Adam Schefter. And, of course, you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN and WPEN HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. Until then, let me tell you about the deal of the week, because it's a great one. We were talking about this yesterday. If you have kids, nephews, nieces, cousins, whatever, and you want to take them out for a day down the Jersey Shore, or hell, even yourself, go for it. This week's deal of the week, get a same-day ride and water park combo ticket to Maury's Piers for just $70. That's a saving of $50 for unlimited rides on 3 piers in both water parks for a whole day. Make this summer unforgettable at Maury's Piers. Get this exclusive offer while supplies last at 975thefanatic.com/deals. $50. That's per person, man. You buy 2 of those, you save $100.
It's fantastic.
Especially down the Jersey Shore where food's expensive and whatever hotel, motel, or house that you rented, it's expensive. Like, the costs add up. So the fact that you can save money somehow in a big chunk of it.
And jumping in and out on those rides and everything.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
And you don't have to spend all day. You go, you know what? I'll do the water park for an hour, then I'll go back to the beach, but then I'll go back to the water park later on. And then I'll go to all the rides at night.
Right. Let the kids do the
whole
rides.
It's the whole day. Open to close. Save $50.
Better yet, you
man.
don't want it. There's an age where teenagers like to spend time away from you, especially at the shore.
Yeah, it's a great time
That's
to just let a
perfect.
kid go. Yep.
Yes.
I did it. All right, so he's going to be joining us here momentarily on the Comcast Business Hotline. Every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business get you ready for what's next. And he's brought to us by Landis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at landisbc.com. From ESPN, our man Adam Schefter joins us. Shefty, good morning.
What's going on, gentlemen?
All right.
Big day.
It's a big day. So let's start off right away. For the last couple of weeks, we've been asking you for your gut feeling, your reporting on the future of the tush push. It's normally leading to the end of the tush push. Now that we have the exact wording from the Packers that was sent in earlier this week, what's the feeling you're getting on the day of the vote?
Well, here's the one thing there are a couple of things that I would keep in mind here. I do believe there is a belief that Roger Goodell is anti-tush push for player health and safety. That is the feeling around the league, right or wrong, that Roger is not a fan of the play. So that obviously is working against the play, right?
Sure.
What's working for the play is that I think that the Eagles are going to put up a huge fight. And they're going to have some tricks up their sleeve today. So I don't think that they're just going to take this lightly and accept everybody's decision. I think they're going to mount a very strong argument as to why the tush push should not be banned. Now, I don't know whether they or Roger Goodell will succeed. I don't know how that's going to come out. You know, usually Roger gets what he wants. But in this particular case, I think the Philadelphia Eagles are going to be pretty persuasive. And we'll see how that plays out.
Here's what I don't get, Adam, and we've had conversations on this, and I still can't get to the answer, is why is Roger Goodell so invested in this? There is especially when there's no data about player health, and they keep trotting out that that player safety committee has gotten involved with this, which is nonsense and a lie. It's an absolute lie because there's no data to it. Why is he so invested in this? And if he does get 8 more votes, what did Roger Goodell do to get 8 more votes between 4 weeks ago and now? What did he offer people? Because he had to do something. There's no way that people just changed their votes. 8 teams changed their votes. They had to be offered something because something had to happen.
I don't know what he offers them. It's probably, a little bit of bartering, right? Like, hey, I know you're working on funding for the stadium, or, we'll get you the draft in Washington. You vote against it. I'm giving you, I'm making this up, okay? I'm not reporting this. But things like that, things that are interesting to teams. Every team has certain things that they're looking for, right? So, hey, help me here, and I got you on this.
It's amazing though to me that he would be leveraging things that he could do for teams just to get this tush push out. Why is he so invested? I still can't get the answer on that.
Again, I believe, right or wrong, it's a health and safety issue.
But that is we've already proven that to be. There's no data, so we can take that off the table.
I know that. I know. Hey, listen, I'm not against you. I'm trying to give you the information that you're asking. I would say this. I remember being at lunch with an owner last month, and he was trying to explain why they were voting against it. And his point was, we're trying to get out in front of this before there's a accident because we believe that it's a dangerous play. Now, the data doesn't support it, but I'm just telling you that's the feeling. That's the feeling.
Wow.
Schefty, so you said that the Eagles will fight hard today.
Yes.
Any idea of how that is? Because I imagine, just to guess, it's not just going to be a PowerPoint. Like, I imagine that maybe there's going to be some tough conversations, and maybe there will be some, hey, be a man, damn it, and allow this play to continue. Like, what goes into this sort of debate?
I'll just say this to you in advance right now. I think the Eagles have given a unusual amount of time to think about how they're going to push to defend this play and to argue for it, right? So I don't think they're just going to step in there and start like they've really planned this out. They've given it a lot of thought. You'll see. Some of the things will start coming out, okay? They've given this a lot of thought, and they're gonna do everything within their power to fight for the preservation of this play.
I think it's really funny though that the Packers, the Rams, the Bills, three of the teams that have been so vocal about this, that they're going to be against it, are all on the Eagles' schedule this year. I'm wondering, are we going to have a little bit of an FU tour from the Eagles this year about this when they meet on the field?
Let's see how it goes. Let's see how it goes today. The competition committee matters. They start meeting at 10 a.m. Eastern, a little under 2 hours from now. And I don't know when we get a vote, but I'm going to guess a couple of hours after that. That's a guess. So, depending on how heated it is, like they're not going to want to stick around. They're going to want to get on their planes and fly home. So I'm going to guess this wrapped up, I don't know, 12, 1 o'clock, maybe sooner.
Oh, I'm loving this.
During the Mike Missanelli show. How about
Mike
that?
Missanelli gets to break this news.
We're speaking to Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline. Schefty, now one of the things that did pass yesterday, unanimously, all 32 teams in favor of allowing players to participate in the 2028 Summer Olympics for flag football. Let's break this down. Why? Because you know how careful teams are with their players, the investments that they make, how much money is being spent. Why are they so for it, the fact that all 32 teams voted for it?
Well, first of all, it's flag football. Secondly, we see NBA players play all the time in Olympic competitions. And do we remember the last time a player got hurt in the Olympics? I don't remember that. Did that happen?
I do not. I just know that Joel Embiid didn't recover fully because of his play in the Olympics, and then we dealt with a crappy season this year.
Well, I think that when we look at what has become one of the most important issues to the National Football League today, I think we all would agree that it is international expansion, if you will, growing the game. We're seeing 7 regular season games played internationally this year on the international schedule. You're seeing teams claim markets. The Olympics are an international sport. They want to get football involved in an international sport. The players want to do it. The commissioner wants it. There we go.
Yeah.
Okay? So when you have all these factors, what is working to go against that happening? Nothing.
I think it's the the unfortunate injury that does sustain. I get what you're saying about the basketball.
Now, to that point, I would say you're right. I mean, there's risk in anything, but you know what? There's as much risk in a player getting hurt in a flag football game, as there would be maybe in an off-season training program regimen. I mean, Now, I happened to be at the Pro Bowl the year when the Patriots Rookie of the Year running back from Georgia, Robert Edwards, went down on the beach. I think he was playing a flag football game.
Yeah, and that was terrible.
He tore his ACL. Was never the same player, ever. And I guess you could just say those kinds of things happen. Like, they just happen. You know, what are you not going to try to grow the game because of that?
Right.
And by the way, it's 10 total players. It's 10. So it's one per team. How many players are going to wind up playing in the Olympics between the U.S. team and the internet? I'm going to guess 20? 20 maybe? Maybe? Playing a flag football game?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, we're not going to not do this.
I was just surprised that it was 32-0. Like, that's the only thing that I was surprised by. But I get what you're saying with the, obviously, they're trying to grow the game.
Said Adam, that's the worst 32-point blowout since the NFC title game. I mean, that was very shocking. So
Yeah.
Tell Marjorie that, who's saying that the Commanders are now America's team. So she said yesterday. Marjorie Harris says that they can be America's team now down in Washington.
Well, I think generally speaking, you have to win a playoff game or so before you can be America's team. But okay.
By the way, we have one more question for you because you knew it was coming. Nick Sirianni got the extension yesterday.
That was your homework assignment this week, and you got it done.
Well, I appreciate you nudging me along, and brought the parties together and had them finish off the deal.
Good job, Schefter.
Good job by you guys, prodding it along. And when you asked, I made a couple of calls. I'm like, right after, it's pretty close. Now, again, it was going to get done. It wasn't not going to get done. It's been close all along. I remember, Jeffrey Lurie at the owners' meetings talking about the fact it was going to get done. It finally is done. It's done. So they keep him on a multi-year extension. And, I don't think they were very far apart. There were a couple of little issues when you asked that, and they were able to get them resolved with your pushing and prodding.
Can I ask why we don't know the length and the amount of money?
Yep. The length is something, and I think it's wrong. I don't agree with it, but I think that the Eagles believe that they don't want to put that into the universe like, Nick's in the last year of his deal, or Nick's got 2 years left on his deal. They don't want that to be a thing. My point with that would be, don't be so sensitive. We're in the National Football League. The deal is when you don't win, and you don't win regularly, coaches lose their jobs. Who cares how many years you have left in the deal?
That sounds like a 2-year extension then. Because they wouldn't be sensitive if it was a longer deal.
No. Well, hold on. That's interesting because I can honestly tell you I have an idea of the money, but I don't have an idea of the years.
Can you guess the money?
I'm not going to guess the money.
Okay.
Interesting.
Top of market. Can you say being paid amongst the top coaches in the game?
Yeah. He's being paid. He's being paid amongst the top coaches.
Okay, that's good. That's good because I can't imagine being sensitive about saying the years unless it was a shorter multi-year, because multi-year could be 2 years.
Yeah, it could be.
Added to the one he's got.
Yeah, no, you know what? I don't know that. I don't know if it's a 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm sure it's not 5. My guess is he had a year left. My guess is they added 3 or 4, but I really don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
I would guess 3 to 4.
That's your next homework assignment.
Yeah,
Schefter.
if you find it out.
You get homework every week with us.
I mean, if I can find out Mike Tomlin's and John Harbaugh's and Andy Reid's and everything like that.
Look, I could find it out with one phone call.
Hell yeah, you can.
Yeah, I know you can.
Specifically, but I asked, like, why no years here? And I was told because basically it's not something that the Eagles want out because they don't want to feed into it. They don't want people being like on a countdown clock at all.
Okay, so it's a shorter multi-year extension then.
Feels like.
It has to be. It has to be.
Well,
that's the only reason.
That's the conclusion that you're drawing. I could understand why you would say that. Yeah, that would make sense, but I don't know that to be true.
They too have a stadium they got to build, Schefter.
Yeah, they do too.
Listen, man, we appreciate the time as always. We're going to talk to you a day earlier next week. We'll talk to you on Tuesday.
Tuesday, we will be on about 7:30, 7:40, whatever it is, but I have to fly Wednesday morning, so look forward to going over the results of the tush push being voted on today.
You're the
Thank
man,
you,
Shefty.
Adam.
We appreciate it. We'll talk to you next week.
Thank you, guys. Have a great week.
There he is, Adam Schefter on the Comcast Business Hotline, brought to us by our friends at Atlantis Block. Create your very own jaw-dropping backyard paradise online at atlantisbc.com.
We got something. We got something here, boys.
What you get?
No, we got something here. That's something. They didn't. I knew this morning. I said it to you when you walked in this morning. I'm suspicious about them not announcing the years, and then Adam just confirms it.
Yeah. If it's a 5-year deal, it's a 5-year deal.
They're sensitive about it. So that tells me it's a shorter-term extension, which is a little surprising.
Oh, and then we'll redo it in a couple of years, as long as things go well. All right.
Exactly. They don't want them on a countdown clock and everything?
You can hear this Schefty interview again later on at 97.5thefanatic.com as well as our YouTube page. We have today's headlines with Brendan Gunn coming your way next. It is Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Mike Missanelli.
Players are going to try to circumvent everything.
Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. A lot of great stuff out of Schefter there. Check it out on YouTube later on. Also, 97.5thefanatic.com. But without further ado, it's time now for today's headlines with Brendan Gunn.
Today's headlines with the one and only Brendan Gunn.
Brought to us by who?
The one and only Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. And just 2 short years ago, I guess kind of 2 long years ago at this point for Sixers fans, we were celebrating an MVP here in the city. Well, they're going to announce the MVPs this week during the conference finals. And there's 2 guys out there, out west, that could win it. SGA with the Thunder and Nikola Jokic with the Denver Nuggets. One guy that was close to Jokic was former head coach Mike Malone, who was just with the team, last month.
Yeah.
Since then, he was fired 2 weeks before the postseason. Now he's doing some stuff with ESPN, and he was on Game 1 last night of Thunder Timberwolves. And he shared his thoughts on who he thinks is MVP, and it's not his former player.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. He showed why he's the MVP.
Is that fair or foul that your former coach, less than 2 months after being your coach,
if that's what he
Does
believes,
he believe
that's
it?
what he believes.
Then he should
does
say
he
it.
believe it?
No, well, that's
Yes.
I don't know. I'm not hanging out with Coach Malone.
Do you believe it?
I think
do.
I think Jokic is the best player in the world, and I think he put up another great season.
He did put up another great season, and he has less of a cast around him that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has. But Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is the guy on that team. Like I know
think he's the
like
guy.
Jokic is obviously the best player on the Nuggets, but Jokic gets 15 assists because he's got other guys that can score. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, I think statistically, one of the, in terms of percentage, most shots in like NBA history almost for a team. Like it was his ball.
It was him.
I don't know where he ranked. Obviously, like Iverson. Think of 01. Like Iverson shot the ball probably 60% of the time.
You think he's more pivotal than Jokic? I think he controlled more of what went on with his. He honestly controlled more of touching the ball, didn't he?
I mean, everything goes through Jokic, but so does everything go through Gilgeous-Alexander. Like, here's the thing: I don't want to tear down any of the two
and
guys.
I think but with your question, he answered the question. He's answering, giving his honest
I think that's
opinion.
kind of Bush League. Like,
well, I don't
think you have to go out. He wasn't even asked about the MVP. He just tossed that in there. Like, it seems like a little curmudgeon that's mad that he got fired.
Well, they were talking about they're doing the Thunder game. So
They're doing the Thunder
so
game.
of course, what's the what's the talking point?
By the way, don't call him
MVP's
Mike
on the
Malone.
court.
Don't call him Mike.
Yeah, don't do
Is it
that.
Michael Malone?
Yeah, I said if you call him Mike, he literally corrects you at a press conference. Seriously.
What else we got going?
Really, a little stick
Well,
up.
speaking of MVPs, we got the MVP of the Eagles season. Mr. Big Hat, get down on the ground himself, Gilly the Kid, appeared on the podcast.
Oh, jeez.
Podcast P brought his podcast back last week, and his second guest,
Oh no,
Gilly the Kid.
By the way, real quick, Paul George, podcast P. What's with the glasses every time?
What is it?
Just take off the sunglasses.
Him and Connor went to the same spot.
And why is Gilly the Kid on a podcast for Paul George, who didn't even watch the Eagles, didn't even know the Eagles were in the NFC title game?
People know who Gilly the Kid is.
That's why. I understand.
That's why people know who he is.
He's as big as they get right now.
seriously.
He's a great storyteller.
As big as
That's
they-
why.
and Will you stop it?
In the
He's as big as
podcast, in the
they get.
podcast
bigger than his
game,
hats.
in the podcast game, he is.
And he let it fly on the Sixers.
Well, you understand, man. I represent the real Philadelphia fan, and we get frustrated, bro. It's just, and it's not like we don't got the talent. We have the talent. It's like we can't even get everybody on the court together, man. And it's like, man, I hate to be harsh, man, but I gotta speak what's the real, how we feeling, man. Bro, you played damn near just as many games as you didn't play, bro. And it's getting to the point now where it's like, man, that man. Rebuild all this man. Because we don't even know if our best player going to be available, man.
He's
Can you get
he's
behind
a
that?
wordsmith,
Look,
man.
I appreciate him saying that right to Paul George's face. I appreciate it, dude. Hey, look, he's being honest. He goes,
Paul George wants to come on. We'll do it too.
Yeah, no, I know, but he's not going to.
No, he's not. He's
Look,
not.
I appreciate Gilly going on Paul George's podcast and not just being like, hey, thanks for having me.
I agree with you.
No, he's like, I'm going to, look, you played as many games as you missed. I
agree with
appreciate
him,
that out
too.
of Gilly, man.
And in a contract here, Paul George somehow managed to find the
know.
healing waters of Lourdes.
It was amazing. No, I'm pro Gilly in this. By
That's
the way,
great.
real quick, I just want to give a quick congratulations to John, John McCann, the Philly captain.
Hi, John.
The turnaround.
Congratulations.
The Trey Turner documentary won the Emmy for Best Short Documentary.
Congratulations on that.
And again, I told you, I went into it when I had nothing to do. I went into watching it just because I was like, all right, let me watch it. People were talking about it. I had no idea what the story was actually about. It was about, being an advocate for mental health. So it was not just about giving a stand ovation to Trey Turner, which we know how that story ended up. It was about mental health and the struggles that John has gone through in his life and how he can relate to people. And congratulations to him and the team at Netflix for winning that Emmy yesterday. I thought that was really cool. So if you haven't watched it yet, it's 40 minutes. It's not going to take up your day. Go check it out on Netflix. Again, congratulations to the Philly captain, man. That was really cool yesterday. All right, coming up next, you'll hear from Nick Sirianni and some of the other members of the Eagles talking about his contract extension. He talked about his thanks for Lori and Howie, which we'll get into coming up next as well. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The day of reckoning for the tush push. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. After being tabled at the NFL's owners meeting 7 weeks ago, the time has come for the league to vote on the future of the tush push today at the NFL spring meeting. Reportedly, there were 16 teams ready to vote to ban it. Over a month ago, they need 24 for it to go into effect. We'll see if they manage to gather the other 8 votes today needed to ban it or not. We'll keep you updated all day long right here on the Fanatic. Earlier this week, Nick Sirianni and the Eagles agreed to terms on a contract extension, though the coach denied to reveal the exact details of that contract yesterday. Adam Schefter had some interesting things to say. You can catch that interview again on 97.5thefanatic.com. One guy who did speak about Nick Sirianni and the contract yesterday, though, was A.J. Brown, and he said he's with his coach until the end.
I told I literally texted Nick last night, told him congrats. I told him I'm done when he's done. I don't know how long his extension is, but but he was like, of course.
We don't know either, but maybe we'll find out next week from Adam Schefter. The Phillies beat the Rockies again last night, 7-4. Jesus Luzardo got the start. Went 6 innings, struck out 10, only allowed 1 run. At the plate, the Phillies put together back-to-back 17-hit games for the first time since 2007. Phillies and Rockies are back at it again tonight. Taijuan Walker's on the mound. First pitch is tonight at 8:40. This update was brought to you by Batteries Plus. Remember when you had a guy, someone who could fix anything? They still exist at Batteries Plus. Their expert knowledge on batteries will have you on your way and good to go in no time. Batteries Plus, the experts in charge. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the NBA playoffs, 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Bill Colarulo.
First of all, it shouldn't just be a happy day for me.
here. It's 97.5 The Fanatic. One quick note on the SGA versus Jokic for MVP. Here's why I would say SGA is deserving. Both are deserving, but this is why more deserving for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Nikola Jokic, even though the team runs through Jokic, he attempted 1,364 field goal attempts, which was ninth most in the NBA. 12 shy of Trae Young, 20 shy, no, less than that, 18 shy of Tyler Hero. You know that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander attempted 1,656 shots? That's 44 more than the guy who came in second, which was Anthony Edwards, and 200 more than Jason Tatum, who was third. So the offense was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yeah, I think SGA probably should win. I just don't think the messenger was right for Michael Malone. Like, just keep your mouth shut, dude. He sounds like sour grapes.
He's doing a game. He's a broadcaster.
They're talking about the
He
Thunder.
was just the guy's coach last month.
He's not. What is that?
Sour grapes.
That's ridiculous. What are you talking about?
How many times do we ask for anybody on ESPN, Fox, CBS, here, locally, man, don't show bias. Be real with your conversation.
That is so
and
ridiculous.
Here you are whining that he didn't back Jokic.
Because I don't know if it's real, legit. Like, it sounds like sour grapes. So I don't know if I believe it.
He believes in SGA is the MVP of the NBA.
So he was in the moment when Embiid was the rightful MVP going to bat for his guy.
And now, because he was the coach at the time.
He's not going. No, I'm not buying it.
Oh my gosh, that's incredible.
Dude, it's not like he was saying that Paul George should win MVP.
Exactly.
He's talking about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Sour grapes. I'm not backing down on that, dude. Like, he sounds like a scorned ex.
What?
Oh my God.
He's talking about SGA. Honestly, the guy's freaking unbelievable.
He can get away with it because it's SGA and he had a great season. But it just sounds like he's a baby.
All right, Nick Sirianni got his contract extension 2 days ago. He spoke to the media yesterday. Here he was thanking the owner, Jeffrey Lurie, and, of course, the GM, Howie Roseman.
Yeah, just obviously very thankful to Mr. Lurie for believing in me to hire me 4 years ago and then to continue. That I'm able to continue being the head football coach of this team, and just can't thank him and the organization and Howie enough for everything. And man, there's so many. What a great owner! What a great owner we have, and like I said, it can't be more thankful. My family's thankful. I'm thankful, and I love being the coach of the Philadelphia Eagles, and looking forward to continuing on.
So yesterday during post-show headlines, which you can watch on YouTube, like, subscribe, please. We appreciate it. You and I talked about. I asked John a question. Gunnar, I'm curious to get your answer on it. Forget everything that's happened. Forget the fact that they've been to 2 Super Bowls and won a Super Bowl. Think back to the day he got hired. Did you think he'd get a second contract?
No, I mean, dude, when he stumbled on his words, acting like a buffoon up there, he got off to that 2-5 start.
It was also
gave up play calling.
It was also, remember, it was a bad time. You didn't know Wentz. Remember,
it was coming off 2020
during Sirianni's introductory press conference. He was being asked, "Is Carson Wentz your quarterback next year?" Think about how bad. Like, there was a very quick blip of bad times here in Philadelphia.
The Alshon contract.
Yeah, there's a lot going
that
on.
Nonsense.
And the fact that he has now gotten his contract extension shows that they have completely changed direction of the team. They're in a much better spot. But let's not sugarcoat it. He was brought in to be a bit of a puppet. And look, Howie Roseman is still the puppet master. Last year, remember Diana Rossini comes out right away going, yeah, I know Nick Sirianni said that he hired Vic and he hired Kellen Moore. He didn't. It was the Howie Roseman production.
No question.
But this is kind of the first time where we're seeing maybe Sirianni does get some say with Patullo. It's his guy.
Well, it's the guy he wanted.
Yeah, it's the guy that he wanted. But it really is amazing how they have been able to find a way to work with one another. Now, you're still caught up on this Schefter.
No, man, it's there. It's not it's funny as Buster Posey on Twitter. Busty Posey, I should say.
I was going to say the former catcher that ruined baseball because his leg broke.
I say Busty. Sorry, Busty. The idea is what is he? Well, what is the extension? What is the extension? He's like, looking for the conspiracy theory. No, Adam Schefter told you, Busty. It's not a conspiracy theory. The Eagles don't want it out there. I quoted Adam. The Eagles don't want it out there.
For whatever reason.
So I said, why? Because and he said, maybe they don't want a countdown clock going on. Well, what does that mean? It's not a conspiracy theory. If it was a 5-year extension.
Yeah, Schefter pretty much verbatim said he has his job as long as he wins.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what he said. It's not a conspiracy. It's what it is. By the way, I can look at Mike Tomlin and John Harbaugh, and I can see John Harbaugh signed a 3-year extension. Mike Tomlin signed a 3-year extension. You can see these things. There's a reason that the extension wasn't made public yesterday.
Which I just wonder why.
And Schefter, but Schefter made it clear.
Yeah.
They didn't want it out there.
Like, I'm not reading too much into this thinking that, like, they don't trust him or something. Like, that's not
why would they not make it public?
I don't know. That's the question that I would love to find out. And thank God we have Schefter to talk to on a weekly basis. Thank God Jeff McClain joins us on a weekly basis.
What would be your theory?
If they only gave him a 2-year extension. Let's say it was only 2 years.
By the way, that is my working theory. Is he got 2 years?
So 3 more years.
So he's got
completely.
So he has 3 years completely.
I think they'd be worried that there are questions of, do you not believe in the guy or do you not have full faith in him, despite winning a Super Bowl, being the 2 Super Bowls would come up. I think they're trying to avoid those questions.
I asked Schefter last Wednesday, why is there a holdup on getting this contract extension done?
Right.
Now I wonder, is that the reason? Because they only went 2 years. Is that the reason?
And maybe they just want to avoid those questions, so that's why they just try to keep it from getting public.
And by the way, I would say that the idea of why it took so long and then now not wanting to make the years public and no one's going to talk about it just adds more questions. When you don't answer simple questions.
Like how many years?
You create the drama. You create it. Because every other team can do it. Every other coach can do it. It's you create the drama.
By the way, this is why these computers freak me out.
Why is that? What are you getting now?
I just hit refresh on Twitter.
What now?
A Twitter account, baseball's greatest moments pop up.
Okay, is it about the Seattle Yankees from before? What?
Buster Posey hitting a home run for Florida State.
Really?
You said Buster Posey on accident. And now I have a Buster Posey highlight on my
And that's because I was talking about Busty. And I'm sorry, Busty.
Well, that can't come up on a work computer. You guys are getting fired.
No, then we'll get in a lot of trouble. I don't think we're allowed to. I think all those things are blocked. Not that I've checked. What do we got on the text line, Gunner? You can text the show at 610-632-0975.
We got Ryan in Florida checking in, not too happy with Roger Goodell on the tush push thing, saying Goodell is a crumb. I hope somebody ties him up and leaves him in that basement where he did the 2020 draft.
Yes.
I hope the Eagles...
And the sweater?
Yes. I hope the Eagles just put Jordan Davis in the backfield now on all 3rd and 4th and ones, just like Georgia did.
By the way, Schefter could not answer that question either.
Yes.
And he started saying stuff like, oh, maybe a team wants a draft in their city.
Seriously. Is that now a conspiracy theory to you?
Well, there has to be something. To your point, nobody could just be swayed with nothing.
Right.
We're all human.
Why is Roger Goodell so intent on getting rid of this? He works for the owners.
Well, I understand why he's intent, because he doesn't like it. But
why does he not like it?
Because he's a loser. How does he get 8 people to all of a sudden change
in 6 weeks?
When this was a very public conversation.
I'm got to tell you, this gets more fascinating by the minute.
To me, I'm more tinfoil capped how Goodell changes the votes than you are with the Sirianni contract years.
Well, we got a lot to say.
We have a lot to say. All right, coming up next, speaking of a lot to say, and speaking of Nick Sirianni, yesterday I did tell you that people feel a certain way about Sirianni.
Yes.
And maybe the team does themselves by not giving out the amount of years they gave him. One radio host kind of confirmed that theory for me. We'll play it for you next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Connor.
Here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. The wonderful Amy Fadul is already here, ready to go. Must be no traffic on 76 today.
Oh, must be an early morning.
She joins us for the entire 9 o'clock hour today. By the way, Matt Gelb also will join us at 9:25 this morning from Colorado. Talk about your fighting Phils and obviously what they do with the Jose Alvarado suspension and ineligibility for the playoffs. All kinds of storylines. Kyle Schwarber's dominance continues. We'll talk to Matt coming up at 9:25. So yesterday, when we were doing the show, it was our first chance to react to the news that Nick Sirianni got his contract extension. And we asked the question, just how comfortable you are with Nick Sirianni as the head coach. Because he's got a lot of pros. He does also have some cons, right? Like the antics at times, the poor ability to call plays, which is why when Brian Johnson was not the answer 2 years ago, they never turned to Nick.
Yes.
Right? And so we just kind of watched a sinking ship happen. And that is something that I'm uncomfortable with, but that does not mean that I'm uncomfortable with Nick Sirianni being the head coach of this football team. But
correct.
You know that there is a perception here, locally by a lot of people, but also more so nationally, with the what does he do around here? And he doesn't call plays. They had the defense was the best part of the team, which is a credit to Vic Fangio. Saquon Barkley was the best player on the planet. That's a credit to Howie Roseman for signing him and building that offensive line. Hell, Jeff Stoutland gets more credit for the O-line than Nick Sirianni does, even though Sirianni got credit for the Mekhi Becton move to right guard.
Stoutland should get the most credit all the time for the offense.
Right. But Sirianni doesn't get all that much credit. So yesterday, and I said that on the air yesterday.
He's a great CEO.
Yes, he is.
He is a great CEO.
But there are people that just don't like him. And they feel a certain type of way. And I had that confirmed when you sent something to me yesterday. Do you know this fella?
Do I know? Yeah, Ben Maller?
Ben Maller of Fox.
Ben Maller used to run a website. That's how he got into the business, much like Mike Florio. And you guys are probably too young, honestly, to remember that Mike Florio just ran Pro Football Talk was just a website.
Yeah.
That was like an aggregator of news hits from Denver and Philly and Chicago and New York.
And it still is to an extent, but he's
that's
doing
what it
more
was.
reporting now.
And then NBC bought it, and it took off.
Yeah, because there's also a pro basketball talk as well.
And Mike literally got, went nuts. So it was awesome, and it went crazy. So yeah, I mean, that's how it all came about. Well, Ben Maller used to do that. It was benmaller.com. It was a website. And he used to do the same thing. If you were a talk show host when I started out, you would always check out benmaller.com because he would have crazy stories from sports that maybe you didn't see and things like that. So a lot of respect for Ben for being a hustler and an entrepreneur, for getting started in the business. Not a lot of respect for what he had to say yesterday, though. Because to me, it's an example of, I think, sort of the worst of what our business does. Talking about Nick Sirianni's extension.
Take a listen.
Sirianni's not there for a long time in Philadelphia, but man, is he there for a good time. And certainly, and Sirianni's sideline antics and the total lack of professionalism, which is great for talk radio. Don't get me wrong. As a talk show host, I love Nick Sirianni. He's amateur. He does everything you're not supposed to do as a grown-up, and it's good for talk radio. It's really great. Like, fans heckle him, and he's a pompous a-hole schmuck. And, all the stuff you're taught not to do, he does, which is really good for what I do. He bites back. He doesn't keep his composure, right? Emotional outbursts. All that is wonderful for us. And it's fine if the Eagles are winning, and it's not going to last, right? The Eagles, if you look at the Eagles right now, I would argue the success of the Eagles is based more on a byproduct of the talent than it is any kind of amazing coaching prowess of Nick Sirianni. That is the thing. Like the whole trash talking stuff and getting into it with opposing players and the referees and the Eagle fans and all that. Like, that's all fun when you're good. And then when you're bad, it's like, wait a minute, this guy, we got to get somebody else in here.
Okay. First of all, he's completely wrong on a couple things. I agree with him on a lot of the things. I don't like the annex. I don't like the sideline annex. I don't like getting into it with officials. I don't like him getting into it with opposing players. So I don't think Ben is wrong on that. I think what he is wrong on is he's completely amateur. Because he's not.
Yeah, he's not.
He's not. his players, which Ben Maller has never spoken to. I guarantee you, and I've met Ben multiple times. I can tell you that Ben Maller's never spoken to Philadelphia Eagles players. I've never spoken to players that glowingly talk about Nick Sirianni.
Which they
and
do.
talk about what he does and how he builds a team and how he creates an atmosphere. It's sort of like I'm very critical at times of Rob Thompson. But I've talked to Rob Thompson's players, and Rob Thompson's players speak incredibly highly of what Rob Thompson does. So he's not an amateur. He's also, I can tell you, Nick Sirianni, and from limited times, any kind of real interactions with Nick Sirianni, he's not pompous. He is not pompous. I think he's the exact opposite of pompous. I think he's not an a-hole. He's not a schmuck.
Yeah.
Core values.
And I can tell you this, Ben Maller, I've met Ben Maller. Ben Maller would not walk up to Nick Sirianni and call him an a-hole, call him a schmuck, call him a... to me, that's like the worst. Especially Ben Maller, what he knows about Nick Sirianni, the person or the coach, could not fill a shot glass. Now, him talking about what he's seen on TV...
Yeah, that's fair game.
It's
You've
fair
seen
game.
it, yeah.
It's fair game. But his knowledge of Nick Sirianni, the coach, is completely counter to what he would be told by any one of a numerous number of players that come out of that locker room. But to me, that's the worst that our industry has to offer, is that kind of crap. But Fox, overall, on their sports stuff, this is what they tend to go with.
Yeah.
This is what they tend to go with. Clickbait.
I mean, look at
this is what they
a
go
guy
with.
like Nick Wright, right?
This is what he goes with.
He's the head honcho over there.
Jack Sparrow.
Chase Daniel.
Chase
Daniel. Jack Sparrow in the morning. This is what or in the afternoon now. They moved him to the afternoon.
Chase Daniel said something else recently that people were just ripping him for. I forget.
Well, he can see the Eagles starting.
Already.
He can see the Eagles starting 1-3.
That's
what he said.
Yeah.
And it really pissed off Kevin Cooney because that was supposed to be Saturday's show. So Kevin Cooney was pissed that he got to say it first. So he's going to take that up with him when he sees him. But Ben Maller, come on, Ben. Ben, let me tell you, Ben Maller, what you know about the Eagles couldn't fill a shot glass. For God's sakes.
All right, coming up next, Amy Fedor in-house joins us for the remainder of the show. So we'll get into some of our topics that we've got into so far to start the show with Amy. But also, at 9:10, I can't wait. I didn't even tell you guys about this. We missed a big anniversary yesterday. Shame on you, Gunner. Shame on you. We missed a major anniversary yesterday that every sports fan can relate to. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The fate of the tush push is revealed today. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. After being tabled during the NFL owners meeting 7 weeks ago, the time has come for the league to vote on the future of the tush push today at the NFL spring meeting. Reportedly, there were 16 teams ready to vote to ban it over a month ago, but they need 24 votes for it to go into effect. We'll see if they manage to gather the other 8 votes needed to ban it today or not. We'll keep you updated all day long right here on the Fanatic. Earlier this week, Nick Sirianni and the Eagles agreed to terms on a contract extension, though the coach denied to reveal the exact details of that contract yesterday. One guy who was all about the details is A.J. Brown, who spoke yesterday and said he told his coach he's with him till the end.
I told I literally texted Nick last night, told him congrats. I told him I'm done when he's done. I don't know how long his extension is, but but he was like, of course.
One guy who also does not know how long the extension is Adam Schefter. He joined the show moments ago. You can also check that out again on 97.5thefanatic.com. The Phillies beat the Rockies again last night, 7-4. Jesus Luzardo got the start on the mound. He went 6 innings, struck out 10, allowed just 1 run. At the plate, the Phillies put together back-to-back games of 17 hits or more for the first time since 2007. Phillies and Rockies back at it again tonight. Taijuan Walker's on the mound tonight. First pitch is at 8:40. This update was brought to you by Groundworks, your expert for basement waterproofing and foundation repair since 1997. Book your free inspection at groundworks.com. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the NBA playoffs. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Ricky Batalico.
Everybody's got to move backwards, which means you're going to be weaker somewhere. Romano's throwing.
here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic, and normally on Tuesdays, but everybody gets busy every once in a while. Somebody's got to break down those Lehigh Valley Iron Pigs.
What was that?
Amy Fadul joins us today.
That's quite the intro.
It sure is.
Oh, she was busy yesterday.
Everybody gets busy every once in a while. Welcome, Amy Fadul.
She was scouting the Iron Pigs yesterday.
They had an 11 a.m. game. Well done by the Iron Pigs.
That's awesome, by the way.
So a lot of kids were off school.
Yeah.
And so it was great. They had like 10,000 people out there. I went up with Sean and a couple of his buddies.
That's cool.
And they had a big time. They stayed after. They got their baseball signed by a bunch of the guys. Painter.
That's cool.
They did.
All those kids,
really
all those
cool,
kids
yeah.
stayed. All the players stayed.
And good for the players
great.
for doing that.
Rincones, they all
'cause
stayed. It was really
You're
great.
making fans for life.
Oh, those kids were.
And you could end up being a mediocre Major League Baseball player, and yet you still have a fan for life. And that's really good. That was
awesome.
You could end up like you and Connor.
I've told this story numerous times. My dad, me and my family went to the grocery store years ago. I was a little kid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Years ago. And World Be Free used to do these pop-up things. And
What?
Speedy Claxton was there.
Yes.
Dude, the Sixers would bring...
At the grocery store?
They would bring
That's
they would bring a basketball net in a parking lot, and any of the kids that were... It was free.
Hanging out at the Acme.
And Speedy
Really?
Claxton...
Or the Acme.
Yeah.
Apologies.
Speedy
as he says
Claxton
it.
was the
Delco.
special guest with World Be Free that day. I was a Speedy Claxton fan for
That's
life.
awesome.
Because I did a layup.
Because you did.
Yeah, of course.
One layup with Speedy Claxton.
That's really
It was
cool.
so cool,
Yeah,
man.
stuff like that. It does.
Jay Wright taught Speedy well.
Oh, yeah, damn right.
It stays with
really,
you.
really cool. By the way, Jay Wright, too, we found out yesterday, one of the advisors for Nick Sirianni.
Oh, is that
on,
right?
on repeating, on the idea of how to handle.
He's talked about his
good.
relationship with Coach
Yes.
Wright for a while.
How to handle
Yeah.
repeating, though. He's talked to Saban. He's talked to Jay Wright. He's talked to he went down to Dawn Staley. He's talked to them about the challenge of how do you handle the year after a championship,
Called Billy
which I
Donovan.
think is freaking awesome.
It's great.
That's
Any
great.
resource you can get, and Jay's obviously right here.
So, speaking of Sirianni, first, your thoughts on him getting the extension. Obviously, we're all just kind of waiting for it.
Yeah, and I think that's what we were doing.
Yeah,
it was the expected. It's crazy to think of where we were a year ago. And
Yeah.
even like 3 weeks into the season.
5 weeks into the season.
There was a lot. The bye week, like, does he come out of the bye week?
The Cleveland Browns game, when he
Oh, so
had
bad.
his meltdown on the
bad.
sideline, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I thought we were about to head in a horrible direction with Sirianni when he was having his meltdown that had to be discussed in house. Like,
You can't
people
be
like
doing that,
people
guy.
like to say that the media makes stuff up. Like, they're flying banners over the stadium.
What a waste of money that
after
plane
Brandon
was.
Graham is the one that talks about the beef between Hurts and A.J. Brown. This wasn't a rumor or a report. You saw Sirianni having a public meltdown, yelling at the fans, then bringing the kids to the podium to probably soften the blow to the
Absolutely.
questions.
Yeah.
I thought we were heading in a very bad direction.
And we knew, I remember I would talk to people if I would see them out, or we would be talking on shows like this. Like, oh, do you think that he's going to get fired? Like,
I never thought he'd be
We knew that he
fired.
wasn't going to get fired in season. That is not something the Eagles have ever done. Jeffrey Lurie has never
Correct.
done that. That's not their MO.
Except for Chip, and
Except
that was
Chip
more of a...
last
Chip,
game,
I mean,
yeah.
Chip.
But that was a middle...
that
fired
was
himself,
forced.
right?
That was a middle
fired
finger to
himself.
Chip, yeah.
Chip forced that. Let's
Right.
be honest. Chip got himself fired. I mean, he had to be let go.
Right.
But it's just not that's not their MO.
No.
And they had just gone to the Super Bowl, so it wasn't like there was just like, all right,
Exactly.
we're not going to do
And
that.
they didn't want to do that like they did with Doug,
Exactly.
which got a lot of backlash
So-
around the league.
But I think the way that it was going, you thought, well, if this doesn't start trending the right way, he's definitely done after this season. Like, I don't think there was any thought in people's minds after the 2-2 start, then you come out of the bye and you're still kind of making the Jaguars game, the Browns game,
Yeah.
and you're thinking like, yikes, this is bad.
And the one of the two losses was on them. The Saquon pass
Absolutely.
instead of just running the damn ball.
I remember the Browns game. You did not win. You did not score a
20
touchdown.
to 16.
You did not score an offensive touchdown.
Oh, I know.
You blocked a kick for a touchdown.
Yeah.
And you had field goals.
And I mean, it was a bad
Good.
game.
It
And the
was.
Jacksonville game, you were lucky to win the Jacksonville
You
game.
shouldn't have won that game.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, there was a.
So there was,
it was
a lot,
bad after
yeah,
that.
It was and there was definitely that moment, and you thought. So it's just when of course we see that the news of the extension, and the Eagles release it, and you're just like, oh yeah, of course, this is so well deserved. I'm thinking this is a crazy turn of events from 8 months ago, crazy, not even 6 months ago, but it is well deserved. I mean, and I know there are the national media types that look at him and think that he has like clownish behavior. I know you guys were just talking about that. I think that that's all well and good to say for people that don't step in the locker room, that don't cover the team, that see it from the outside. I think that he is well respected among his teammates. I mean, it's among his team, his front office. So at the end of the day, if he wins, who cares?
Who
cares? Of course he gets an extension. He just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah,
you're going to have a lame duck coach. He has 1 year left on his deal.
Well, now let's talk about that. As you're listening to 97.5 The Fanatic, WPEN, WPEN, HD1 Burlington, Philadelphia, Beasley Media Group Station, broadcasting live from the Comcast Business Studio, powering possibilities. We had Schefter on earlier, and John's wondering why something's not out there.
About the extension, the amount of years. Now, what I did is I looked. So I just went with some of the other big-name coaches.
Yes.
That signed extensions. Guys like Tomlin, guys like John Harbaugh, guys like those. And I looked at them this morning, and I said to Andrew, first thing in the morning, I went, why do we not know the years on this extension? Because I looked at all of their extensions and saw
5 years, 4 years,
and they announced the amount of
For
years.
the record, O'Connell signed an extension this offseason. They did not announce it. A local reporter like Zangaro McLean leaked it a couple weeks later, but they did not announce it.
It is weird that we don't know yet, though.
And I said to Adam, I said, well, what's that about? He goes, I think Adam spoke a little freer this morning than I expected him to. He said, why? And Adam,
because I think he was
Adam pushed
confused
on
too.
it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Like, why don't we know?
And he said that, well, he goes, I sort of got the feeling they don't want a countdown clock on it. I said, well, then that means it's a shorter term extension.
Like there's only like 2 years.
That's what I'm thinking.
So it's 3 years
So
from
it's
today?
3 years from today.
Yeah.
And then that opens up its own thing.
Like, why only 3 years?
Like,
what are we doing?
I mean, is the
because multi-year does mean
multi-year could be two.
Could be two.
Yeah, I mean it is.
Now
it's fancy wording.
I'm not
but
reading
it's two.
I'm not reading into it as much as John is, but I understand. And look, again, we
I don't know.
you don't know. Like, because why wouldn't you just say 3 year then? 3 years.
Like, yeah, it is a weird thing to hold close to the chest.
And the fact that Schefter immediately yesterday when he found out why are you keeping the years?
Yeah, because they don't want the countdown clock.
Doesn't it feel like that this is creating an unnecessary story when it eventually does leak down the road? It's going to be like,
it comes
why
out a 4 year deal, and we don't even need to.
It could,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That'd be good.
It could be. I'm not really reading too much into it right now, but like I get where you're coming from because they just came off the high winning the Super Bowl. If they announced 5 year extension, people are going, okay, great. Like, I don't think anybody would care about the amount of years.
And the thing is, it doesn't really matter at the end of the day.
Because Jeffrey could eat.
Doug Peterson had years left on his contract, did he not?
2, right?
Yeah. So,
by the way, and if it is just a 2 year extension added on, and it's 3 years, and he continues to win, he'll get another extension. Like he's not going to. It's not like it's not like free agency.
It's not like
with
players where you're not having to try to manage the numbers.
Like, no, they'll figure it out. But it is curious just to see that it's not out there. It's just weird.
And listen to when Amy says, because Amy again talks to a lot of people that go in and out of that locker room, players that have been in that locker room. When Ben Maller is on his radio show, on the national radio show, saying he's a pompous ass and he's a schmuck and everything, I got to tell you, we vacation at the same spot that the Siriannis go to at the Jersey Shore. And every year when we've gone, the crew at the place tells us how amazing Nick and his family are.
I mean,
and he is the most, as far as down-to-earth, wonderful guy, kind to everybody, goes out of his way to just be not a stuck-up snob. He's wonderful to people. He's wonderful to the staff. And I think people need to hear stuff like that.
He wears his emotions.
Yes.
We've seen it. It's good and it's bad.
A little bit of a hothead.
And that's the thing. You have to take the good with the bad. So if he is fired up after a game in Indianapolis because that's where he coached and he wants to cheer and rah-rah everything, then you have to take the bad with it when he obviously is negative after the Cleveland game. To me, it's just like, I don't know. I'm good with it either way.
Right.
You hear the stories about he's going up to these bars in Collingswood.
And he walks into a normal bar.
And I love it. I think that's cool. I think that's so
I think from the outside, people see the same thing that people see with Bryce Harper and wearing the Fanatic stuff. They see that Nick is wearing like a different shirt, and it's like, he's supporting Saquon
he went
Barkley
right to Rally House as soon as he got the contract extension.
You know what I mean? And it's like, he wore A.J. Brown's high school jersey. What? I don't care. I don't care what he does. Just win. Your players like you. They want to play for you. You changed. I think he did change. I think he's evolved quite a bit as a coach. Barrett and I were talking about that on Birds Huddle the other day.
I saw that, by the way.
Do you remember? Thank you.
Very good.
Do you remember his Zoom press conference when he was hired? I came away from that. I'm like, this guy's not going to last here. He
See,
is
you did. I never
terrified.
had that reaction.
He was terrified.
He was terrified that day.
He was nervous, terrified. I was like, this is Zoom.
It was Zoom. Do you think it was Zoom?
It should have been easier on Zoom, and it was worse.
See, I think Zoom's worse.
Well, it clearly was worse.
To me, Zoom, that was
very
terrible.
nervous. I was like, "This guy's, he's gonna die here.
I-
It's gonna be so bad.
It's funny.
It's gonna be so bad."
I never
and I was
had
wrong.
that reaction.
He was fine. Oh, it was bad. Watch it again. It's cringe.
Oh, I know. I was on I was doing middays at the time. It was airing.
But did you watch it?
Yeah,
It
I had
made
it
my
on the
skin
computer
crawl.
over there. It was horrible.
I
But
think I had my head in the hand.
I never took the reaction of this guy's not going to make it.
And he knew it was bad.
My
though.
biggest thing from it was he was so thankful for Howie and Jeff. Like, if you listen to the first 10 minutes of that press conference,
But
you
I
ever
don't
go
need
back.
I needed to be thankful and move on. Like, give me, act like you've been here.
To me, it was.
But I guess he had.
Wow, this guy's happy to be here, and the puppet. There was a lot of puppet talk at the time, and
I think
I mean, that season he had that as a Zoom introductory. We also had the plant.
Yes.
Yeah, fertilizer.
Which was after the 2-5 start.
Yeah.
Which is after
And he turned it completely around.
He stood at a press
But
conference.
he's really evolved.
What do you know? The two turnarounds they've had is when they went to running the football.
The 2-5
strange.
the 2-5 start coming back from the Vegas game. He then had the press conference where he said, "I'm not good at play calling, so Shane Steichen's going to do it. So I'm giving that up," which was very dramatic because he's 7 games into his coaching career, and at that point I'm going, "Is this guy going to?"
But it was good,
and it worked, and it ended up working out.
So I think that So I just think people see him from the outside and they think like, well, this guy, as acting this way and doing all these things. I'm like, all right, who cares? Like, do you care? Does it bother you? Like, I know it gives you like fodder or whatever for your talk show or your podcast.
Right. But
at
does it
the end
really
of the
bother
day, he has won. He has been in the playoffs. He's
Every
won
year.
every single
Every
year
year.
here. He's been to the Super Bowl twice in 4 years, and he's won one of them. The only 2 other coaches to ever do that in the first 4 years are Joe Gibbs and Mike Tomlin. That's it.
I hate the fact though that
That's it. 2 Super Bowls in your first 4 years.
When talk show
Visits.
hosts or people, I don't like it too. Like you'll get callers or listeners that'll be like, "Well, in the clubhouse, like they need Garrett Stubbs in the clubhouse," and I'm like, "Okay, I go to the clubhouse. I go to the clubhouse 10 times a year, like for the Phillies. So I'm not an expert on the clubhouse, but I have all these people telling me about the clubhouse that never been in the clubhouse.
They would love to have Garrett Stubbs, but they're fine with having Kyle Schwarber and
yes, exactly. They've never been in the
Bryce
clubhouse.
Harper.
And they're telling me about the clubhouse.
Those first 30 wins in the National League are nice.
They're going to be okay.
Yeah, it's fine.
I know they're beating up on bad teams. I know that's the next argument.
Yes, that'll be
but
the
they
next.
got to do that. Stack
Wake me up
those
when
wins.
they play a real team.
Yeah, okay, call me in October.
All right, coming up next, we missed a historic date. Gunner, I'm very disappointed in you.
Today's talk show.
Yeah.
Yesterday was the 24-year anniversary of something that every sports fan, I believe, has received or at least seen at some point in their life.
Oh, wow.
It is Kincade Salciunas.
Not a text from
97.5
Brett
The
Favre,
Fanatic.
I hope.
Philadelphia Union Soccer.
Aribo approaches with
before I give you this anniversary. Every once in a while during the breaks, I like to just check out our YouTube chat to see, what's going on. What are the people saying?
What's the gang saying today?
Well, I just did you guys hear me at all say that the Nuggets are a better roster than the Thunder?
No,
Lord,
you
did
said
you say
exactly
that
the
out
opposite.
loud?
You said the
somebody
opposite.
somebody says is Chunas crazy?
No, you said the opposite.
Shay's team is light years better than the
No,
Nuggets.
you said the
when
opposite.
When did I say?
I was literally going back.
No,
Wait,
someone
you
just
did what?
no, someone just misunderstood
And
you.
that's okay.
Because you said
All
the
right.
exact
But sometimes
opposite.
gonna
of
come
that.
over
but
there
here's the deal: if
turn your
one
mic off.
person
Here's
heard
it.
that, I'm worried that other people.
No,
heard
you said
that.
the record
exactly the
straight.
opposite.
And
Please
I
tell me
did
you don't believe
not say that at all.
No, you said exactly the
The
opposite.
good thing is they can listen to
I
it
said-
later and find
right.
out exactly what you said.
I said when, in terms of the MVP case, you could say it's been more impressive for Jokic because he's had to do more with
He's
his
had to drag
team.
more of his team.
But Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has taken by far the majority of the shots for his team,
He's an incredible.
and that's why I think he wins MVP.
And that's why I
That's
say to you,
why-
I think he may have heard you saying to me, because I personally feel that SGA has been a bigger part of the, he's
Getting
so-
everybody's game elevated.
Yes.
Right,
That's what
whereas,
he does.
I think he's so-
the offense goes through Jokic, but he gets everybody involved. Where it's like this is Shai's team.
This
Like,
is Shai's team.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
everybody else wants to play harder because of that.
So I just wanted to make
Someone-
that clear that if
someone
somebody
made-
heard,
Someone just misunderstood that,
Yeah.
and I can understand how maybe they heard the conversation
Because you were talking about his role in the
Right,
way.
right. That's
Someone
all.
may
Just-
have punched a ticket on SGA future for the
congratulations on your success.
When did you punch that? When did you
game
file it?
right before the season started.
Oh wow, very good. That's very, very good.
I may have punched it last year, but that's okay. But I punched it this year
That's
too.
good.
Damn right. All right. Yesterday, Gunner, it's horrible,
I'm
horrible
sad
work.
that I
Horrible
can't-
work by you. Horrible work
So
by
bad.
you yesterday.
Bad
The one
on
and,
you.
the
I know,
one and
I
only
gotta
Brendan
remember.
Gunn.
24 years ago.
24
Yesterday,
years ago.
24 years ago.
So you were 7.
B-Gun
Yes.
was like 0.
Shout out to Larry Shank, the
We're the
Baron.
same age. You didn't
Yes.
even realize
I know.
that.
I'm just.
But there you go.
Also zero.
Larry Shank
Larry-
tweeted this out yesterday.
The Baron
Yes.
sent it out.
The Baron tweeted this out yesterday.
Great follow, by the way.
Absolutely, and
Great
that's why
follow.
I
For
used to
people that
get
don't.
press credentials from the Baron.
that's why I got this information.
tell you.
Yesterday, 24 years ago, the Phillies conducted their first ever bobblehead giveaway, and it was Pat Burrell. It looks horrible.
At the bat.
It
Oh,
looks horrible.
Larry has a picture of it.
He tweeted it out. It may be one of the worst things I've ever seen in terms of bobbleheads. Like we've seen some bad ones over the years, but a bobblehead is something that every sports fan has either owned or at least seen in their life.
Sure.
And 24 years ago yesterday, what?
Did you just pull it up?
No, someone
good.
someone texted one of our listeners.
Yeah.
A friend texted and goes, "Was the bat realistic
Oh no.
on the Pat the bat bobblehead?"
We've derailed.
Yeah.
It was a nice topic.
It was a nice
that
topic.
Andrew
Well, that's
brought
the
up.
Texas
Well,
fault.
it
And
just
you
got,
took a-
I'm lucky I didn't have water in my mouth.
Amy,
when
I
we
need
went
you.
across
I
the
need
room.
your immediate. I need your
Okay,
live
I'm
reaction.
pulling it up right now.
Go to Larry Shank's Twitter
Oh,
account
God.
and look at
The
the Pat,
Baron.
the Pat
Baron.
Burrell bobblehead.
Because I follow.
Wow.
It's one of the
It'll be easy to
hideous, most hideous looking.
Is it
things.
worse than the Ronaldo statue? Because that was really bad.
By the way, the Ronaldo statue looked like he had bad plastic surgery.
You know what? The Ronaldo statue, you can at least see the similarities.
No.
No, you couldn't.
Dude, this looks like Pat the Bat after 8 pitchers of beers at
This is like the worst
McGillen's.
thing I've ever seen in my entire life.
It's one of the worst things I've ever seen in my life.
It looks like a gentleman from like the Adams Family. I don't know who.
Looks like Seth
It looks like
MacFarlane.
Lurch. Yeah, it does.
Lurch?
It does
It
kind
does.
of look like Lurch.
Right?
Wait, it looks like John Kerry. It looks like Senator John
You know who
Kerry.
it doesn't look like?
Pat Burrell.
Pat Burrell.
In their defense, it was obviously the infancy of
Bobbleheads.
But
Yeah.
when you bobble the head, it asks for a woman's number.
Yeah, it probably did.
So it,
But we've all owned
Why is the
one.
bat positioned where it is?
Amy's calling this quits.
It's the first thing I thought of.
That's awesome. That is fantastic.
They had to hide the. They had to hide the money
Stop it.
maker.
That is
Stop
absolutely
it.
fantastic.
I was like, do not say it. Do
That
not
is
say
absolutely
it. Do not
fantastic.
say it. Do not say it.
By the way, every once in a while,
Larry
during
Shake is going to wonder why his followers are going to go from 6,800 to like 10,000.
Yes,
during-
please.
By the way, the Baron is the greatest. During the rain delays, every once in a while, during a bad long rain delay,
Yes.
you get the old pat the bat tour of his spring training house.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
That's a very good one. You know, so
This is my office
There are people
that I
in
don't
charge
use.
of our programming.
Was that the Leslie Goodell one?
No, Lindsay Heiser is one of our amazing people we work with. It's called Traffic, which basically the comings and goings.
Sure.
You guys know, not actually like beep beep traffic.
Right.
And she's great with that. And so they always, she and a team of people come up with their weather delay programming. Clubhouse obviously runs a number of times, and there's other stuff, and people always enjoy. They love stuff from the '93 team.
I know.
And the early 2000s team. Like we could just run that stuff. Period. People would
And the
eat
early
it up.
2000s one is always them showing the construction of
Construction
Citizens
Jim
Bank
Tomey,
Park.
like
With Jim
walking
Tomey and the
around.
construction
Pat
workers.
Burrows and the cutoff hitting the
People
ball.
love it. They
Yes.
love it.
And I've watched it.
And you watch it
A
every
million
time.
times.
I watch it. I watch it every time, and I'm like, oh, well, here, let's see where Jim is today.
That
He's
damn-
at the construction
Yes.
site.
That
Didn't see
damn
that coming.
93 team.
And the '93 team,
I've
they're
seen it a million
celebrating
times.
in like the training rooms, drinking and having good times. Like that stuff's great.
The first base line, if you look close right behind the first base line, you can see the Mitchie Poo game.
Yeah, you were there.
Right behind home.
Yeah.
Right behind the home
It's
dugout.
good stuff.
Don't say
Mitchie
Mitchie Poo. See, Chris Miller might get mad in the YouTube chat. Says a grown man can't call another man Mitchie Poo.
And
And
guess
if you're
what?
Harry
Callis. Harry
Harry
Callis.
Callis did
Tell him he can do whatever the frick he wants.
Yeah.
Harry
Damn right,
Callis.
man.
Harry
Harry
Callis is a freaking legend in this town. Come
All right,
on, Chris.
give us a text
Lighten up,
message there,
Francis.
Gunner.
Seriously.
What do we got on the text line? It's 610-632-0975.
All right, we got this one saying he wasn't wrong about the optics of Nick Sirianni's contract, but Nick's optics also changed throughout the season, and he himself admitted growth. I think the optics of this that we don't have to know. This doesn't make any sense.
What?
The optics. He used optics like
he's
twice.
trying to
So
use
that's
that.
good.
Wait a minute.
He's trying to say the optics of the contract.
The optics
us
of the
not know.
contract didn't really like the optics of the. It doesn't even matter.
Of the world.
Good
doesn't
thing Matt
really-
Gelb's coming up next.
When you read the optics of the contract,
coming
don't
up
even need
next,
the optics.
live from the way to go, Gunner. You missed Larry Shank's bobblehead, and now that text.
That's good.
It's a rough couple minutes.
It's the
for you.
latest text we got, all about the optics.
All right,
There we
coming
go.
up next.
Optics, baby.
Optics.
Our man Matt Gelb covers the Phillies for The Athletic. Will be joining us. Talk about what's next with Jose Alvarado for the Phillies and the bullpen, and then of course just they keep on winning. And what's the vibe in this clubhouse right now? Because there are still a lot of expectations surrounding this baseball team, despite it being a shaky April. But the month of May has been a lot of fun. Also, could there be a Kyle Schwarber extension, a Jesus Luzardo extension? We'll talk about those with Matt Gelb coming up next. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Fanatic Sports Update.
The day of reckoning for the tush push. I'm Brendan Gunn with your Fanatic Sports Update. After being tabled during the NFL's owners meeting 7 weeks ago, the time has come for the league to vote on the future of the tush push today at the NFL spring meeting. Reportedly, there were 16 teams ready to vote to ban it over a month ago, but they need 24 votes for it to go into effect. We'll see if they manage to gather the other 8 votes needed to ban it or not today. We'll keep you updated all day long right here on the Fanatic. Earlier this week, Nick Sirianni and the Eagles agreed to terms on a contract extension, though the coach denied to reveal the exact details of that contract yesterday. One guy who is all about the details is A.J. Brown, who spoke yesterday and said he told his coach he's riding with him till the end.
I told I literally texted Nick last night. Told him congrats. I told him I'm done when he's done. I don't know how long his extension is, but but he was like, of course.
We'll see if that gets leaked out, the contract extension details. Adam Schefter didn't even know, and you can catch that interview he just did moments ago here on Kincade Salciunas again on 97.5thefanatic.com. Phillies beat the Rockies again 7-4 last night. Jesus Luzardo got the start, went 6 innings, struck out 10, only allowed 1 run. At the plate, the Phillies put together back-to-back 17-hit games for the first time since 2007. They're back at it again tonight against the Rockies. Taijuan Walker's on the mound. First pitch is tonight at 8:40. This update was brought to you by Bet365. Bet365, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Download the app today. I'm Brendan Gunn on the home of the NBA playoffs. 97.5 The Fanatic and 97.5thefanatic.com.
Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. Oh, Gunnar, you probably need Matt Gelb's number, don't you?
That's always good if you do that.
You'd like to talk to Matt Gelb. You need to call Matt Gelb.
Yeah, you need to do that. That is always good if you do that.
Share numbers. Step 2,
let me
call.
take care of the
Step
business
3,
here. Hold on. I'll
call.
produce and
This is
host
good radio,
at the same
too,
time.
I'm excited about how this is how everybody excited how radio works now.
This is how it works behind the scenes. See, Andrew likes
Here we
taking
go.
people behind the scenes.
Yeah, so I just texted Matt Gelb the number to call in. He'll call in unless
nice.
Gunner's calling him right now. I have no idea.
We don't know what's happening, but I'm
we're
excited
going to be
to get
joined
the play-by-play.
momentarily by Matt Gelb, who's joining us from Denver. Of course, covering the Phillies for The Athletic, and he'll be joining us on the Comcast Business Hotline every day in business, big day. Let Comcast Business get you ready for what's next on Kincade and Salciunas. Also with Amy Fadul this morning, our man Matt Gelb joins us. Matt, good morning, man. How you doing?
I'm great. It's early here.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm glad that we were able to work out the extra hour for you as well.
Wait a minute. Tom McCarthy joined us the other day in the 8 o'clock hour.
No, he joined us at this time.
Well, I thought was it 9?
He's a different animal. He's a different breed.
And he was walking. He was out walking.
Yeah,
looking
that's right.
He was looking
It is
for
early.
He was
And it was a
looking
late
for a
game.
greasy spoon, though.
It was a late game. They flew in. Matt had to cover a game yesterday.
Yeah, it was.
exactly.
Yeah, that is true.
So, Matt, good win again for the Phillies yesterday. But obviously, when I first texted you to come on, it was sort of the fallout of Jose Alvarado. I know you wrote a piece on it in The Athletic. What do you expect this Phillies team to do? I know it doesn't have to be the here and now, a move for a reliever, but what are your belief, your options for the Phillies to acquire somebody, either call up or a trade, because they need this bullpen help desperately?
I don't think their options are real vast right now. I mean, I think there's 3 ways of looking at this, right? I think the fallout from the suspension, there's the immediate plan, there's the plan come July, and then there's the plan come, hypothetically, in October. And I think the situation now will be different in July, and it'll be different in October. And so when you don't see a trade or a call-up or an acquisition right now, I don't think that means that they won't be doing it in July or, come August, September, when they might have an option to move a starter from the rotation into the bullpen, that they won't do that. They're not going to do it now, though. And I think kind of what you see is what you get. And that's why, to me, the biggest challenge in the fallout from the Alvarado suspension is in the next 6 to 8 weeks, I think, because there is a real immediate help coming. I mean, I think they're going to churn through, some of their options at AAA. They're not exactly like the sexiest options, but they'll see if somebody sticks. And I think someone's going to have to step up. I mean, that's pretty clear. I mean, that's been the message to all these guys in the bullpen, is that there is opportunity here. And it's not crazy to think that one of these middle relievers can go on a good 2 or 3 week stretch. That said, it's not like they're going to go into late season or go into July or go into October and say, oh, because this middle reliever pitched well for 2 weeks in June, we trust him, he's going to be our guy. Like, he's not. I mean, I just don't think that's the case. I think right now they're looking to kind of bandage this thing when they can get to July, make a trade, maybe then come August, you move one of your stars in the bullpen. I think it's going to look very different come the end of the season, but right now I think they have to do with what they've got.
One thing we were trying to figure out on Monday when we were reacting to it was, all right, when he's allowed to come back, because he can come back in the regular season, just ineligible for the playoffs. Do the Phillies welcome him back? Like, do the players in the clubhouse bring him back with open arms, or is there maybe some bad blood going on right now that he really did hurt their chances for a playoff run, a deep playoff run, if they don't get anybody to replace him?
I mean, I think if he comes back in late August and he's healthy, he's gonna pitch, and he could redeem himself by helping get them to the playoffs. I mean, he'll be back. I believe this is the first game of a Mariners series. It's August 18th, I think, is the date that he would be eligible to be reinstated. And at that point, you've got about 6 weeks left in your season there. And if he's healthy and throwing, he might pitch a lot. I mean, because it might be a way for them to, give some other guys a little bit of a lesser workload going into October, again, if they're in position for the playoffs. So, yeah, I mean, sure, there's going to be some hurt feelings. I think there's some guys who are upset that he did what he did. But, come August, if he can help them in any way get to the playoffs, then, yeah, I think he's going to be welcome back for sure.
Matt, it's a situation where it has been a favorable stretch of the schedule, and it appears to be for the next month a pretty favorable stretch for them, where they've got to pile up the wins against some teams that are pretty good, where they should have an advantage. how much does that help? Because the Mets and the Braves, the two teams that are their biggest competitors, they're getting some of those hard games, some of those tougher games. They're facing them now. So you really do have to build up that buffer, right?
Yeah, John. I mean, I think it's a great point in the schedule for this to all be happening, and they've taken care of business. Yes. I mean, they're beating up on inferior teams. They've also had some good series wins. I think in the last few weeks. I mean, they beat
Dodgers, Cubs earlier.
They beat the Cubs. Yeah. They beat the Guardians in a series. So I mean, I think. Yes, this is a softer point of schedule. When they come home from this West Coast trip, they will have the Braves for 3. The Braves have been sort of middling all season, but then after that, it's a lot of just sort of mediocre teams that they're going to face. They get the Mets at the end of June. That's kind of really when the schedule picks up, and it does pick up at the end of June. I mean, this is what made them so good early last year is they took care of business. They were sweeping series. They were beating the teams they were supposed to beat, and they weren't just beating them. They were beating them at an insane clip. And that's what you're seeing right now. And so, yeah, it helps just get everything settled. I feel like that they didn't have to they haven't had to really use the bullpen too much here in 3 days, since Alvarado's suspension. And those guys, when they needed to be used, have taken care of business. So it just allows them to get everything settled right now.
Matt, you mentioned a trade, and I think that even at the beginning of the year, before anything happened with Alvarado, there was always a thought that they would bolster that bullpen via a trade, just because of how the way the postseason ended and maybe some of the shakiness at the start for the pen too. But then you saw a guy like Mick Abel come up and really shine. And he's coming off, as we know, a really bad minor league season last year. Good season this year. Obviously, stuff looks really good. How much does that affect what they do in a trade to know that they've got 2 extra guys basically starting at the Lehigh Valley level?
Yeah, I mean, the Abel question is a really interesting one now. I mean, he's put himself firmly back in the radar, and I think the question is almost 3-pronged. It's okay, how does Mick Abel best help us in 2025? Is it as a starting depth at AAA in case we have another injury, we know we can call him up? Is it as a trade chip come July? Teams have seen his improved pitching. They saw what he did in his major league debut. Does he maybe get us a better player now, a better reliever back in a trade, just given how he's improved his stock? Or C, is he a guy who we should think about maybe moving to the bullpen in June or July at AAA and see what it looks like, and maybe he comes up and helps the Phillies in the majors? So it just gives them more avenues. Like you said, Amy, there's just more options. And I think right now the plan, again, is to stay the course, is that he's got momentum. They don't want to mess with it, right? I mean, he's really pitched well, and we saw him in his debut. So go back to AAA, keep starting, keep doing your thing. It can, if there's another injury in the majors, they know that they can bring him up. But I think it does just give them other possibilities down the line. And I think that's just the broader conversation, is that they're not going to force or push anything right now because they feel like they don't have to. Again, that just doesn't mean that in July things can and they will change.
Mm-hmm.
Before we let you go, Matt, thanks for the time, and thank you for getting up super early with us here. Let's talk contracts. Jesus Luzardo, is there any talks about that moving forward? And then just how much money could Kyle Schwarber land this offseason as he continues to just play on a torrid pace?
Luzardo, not yet. He's under club control for another season beyond this. I think that's a topic that they could visit, this offseason. Going into his final year of arbitration, is there a bigger deal to be done? The guy's been amazing. You don't need me to tell you that. It's just amazing. I mean, he's really taken a step forward. And I think now that the key is, let's see how many innings they can get into. Let's see if he can stay healthy. And then in the offseason, if he has stayed healthy and has been a productive pitcher, maybe there's a contract to be done. And as for Schwarber, I mean, I think the price keeps going up, but I don't know that it's going to be I look at what Pete Alonso, the market that he faced last offseason. I'm not saying that Kyle Schwarber and Pete Alonso are exactly alike, but Pete Alonso was younger than Schwarber this past offseason, plays a position, plays first base, and didn't really have a market. And I think Kyle Schwarber would have a market, but I don't know how big of a market a 33-year-old DH has. And that's, I'm not trying to underplay Kyle Schwarber. I'm just talking about the current dynamics in the sport. I mean, you can already cross off at least 10 to maybe 15 teams that would not be interested in signing a 33-year-old DH. That's just the reality of it. It's okay, so now, where does he fit? And you see teams don't really use a set DH anymore. You use Shohei Ohtani because he has to be a DH, there's just not a lot of teams. Marcell Ozuna with Atlanta, and he'll be a free agent too. There's not a lot of teams that are using set DHs. That said, what Kyle Schwarber is doing right now is amazing because it's not just this, pull happy, high strikeout, slugging kind of guy. Like, he has become a complete hitter. Like, he gets on base, he's hitting righties and lefties. It's a funny bit now. Like, he just waits to hit his home run, I guess, until the other team brings in a lefty reliever late in the game. That's just it's very funny. But I don't know what his market is going to be. And I think he's going to get a really good deal. I don't know if it's going to be like this massive, massive, massive deal that everyone's been talking about just because of the market dynamics. And so, I think a reunion could still happen, even if it doesn't get done during the season. And I don't think it's going to get done during the season. Like, he'll go to free agency, but that doesn't mean that the Phillies won't bring him back.
Matt, we appreciate the time, man. Enjoy the rest of your time in Denver,
Thanks,
and we'll be bugging again down the road here later on the season.
Yeah, see you guys. Have a good day.
There is Matt Gelb from The Athletic on the Comcast Business Hotline. All right, coming up next, we'll sneak in a couple text messages. We have our Key 3 coming up at 9:48, and we will give you an update from the owners' meetings here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We want to hear from you, so text us at 610-632. 97.5, The Fanatic. We got our Key 3 coming up in a few minutes. And, of course, we'll sneak in some text messages as Amy Fadul is with us for the remainder of today's show.
That I am.
But the quick update from the league meetings, the Lions have officially withdrew their playoff reseeding proposal. So clearly they realized they weren't going to get enough votes. I don't know why that leads to you withdrawing it. That I don't get.
The thing is, though, I do get that. Because that's why they didn't vote on the tush push last time.
Because they knew they weren't going to get enough.
Because there is a bias against once you get negative voted in the voting again.
Okay.
So that's why they didn't vote last time.
Yes.
There you go.
Baloney. If you believe in something, stand by it. Like that's how I look at it. Why are you withdrawing?
It's just pain.
It's stupid. But that is officially off the table. What were your thoughts on that, Amy? That you win the division, you got an automatic bid, but you're not getting an automatic home game.
I mean, why was that even out there?
Well, there's people that are upset that the Vikings won 13 games last year.
They won as many as the Eagles.
Had to go on the road.
I do like the fact, and I get it, but win your division.
Yeah, but if they were in any other division.
I guess I didn't like it because then you had the NFC South with these terrible teams that were hosting,
the game,
which does kind of stink. I do think that they should reseed, though, after the first round. I think that would solve a little bit of that.
The
NFL does.
The NFL always plays. You always play the worst
the lowest seed.
Right.
Always. So you always play. Yeah, the NFL. It's not like the stupid NBA.
Well, that's
which does the stupid pod system where it's like they think they're like the NCAA tournament. In the NBA, the highest team should always play the worst team. But in the NBA, they don't.
Yeah, that's right.
NFL does it.
No, I didn't have a problem with it. I do think if you were so attached to it that you brought it up twice, you can't just keep being like, oh, just kidding. Do you just think every year that someone else is going to be like, oh, no, I really am into it now?
Yeah. By the way,
either you're in or you're out.
Shefty, the contract stuff kind of changed the conversation for us, but Shefty wasn't as adamant that it would be.
No.
Banned.
Well, no, there's a lot of. I will tell you, an NFL insider that he goes, first of all, were you stirring the sheesh with Shefty this morning? He saw socials. He said from his dinner conversations last night and maybe a few at the hotel bar afterwards, he believes this is going down to the wire and could go either way.
Really?
Yes.
I think it's like a foregone conclusion.
No, he believes this could go either way.
Maybe because people finally looked in the mirror and said, wait, am I really going to ban a play just because we can't do it?
Didn't Adam seen? I think Adam seen this morning.
Look, last Wednesday, he said, yeah, it's going to be.
It's over.
That's
over.
what I think. That's what I thought.
But today his tune changed.
Interesting.
Now, to me, he seemed almost worse than Bill Colarulo on a Friday during football season. He was on the fence today. He was on a fence.
Oh, I'd rather take the
Bill
fence.
Taking strays.
I'd rather take the fence than it just being, it's going to get banned because people don't like it.
No, but I mean, it sounded like it was on
the
a
owners
fence.
have this, we don't like it because we can't do it.
Yeah.
But
it looks like that's, look, it could still get banned today. But it made it seem like over the last couple of weeks, Shefty, Rappaport, a lot of the reporters made it seem it was a foregone conclusion that this thing's going to get banned. And now the morning of the vote, it seems like they're maybe changing their tune a little bit. And he said that the Eagles are going to, I don't know if you heard it, Amy. He said the Eagles were going to make a very compelling case today. And I'm going to guess it's not just some PowerPoint. I'm going to guess like Sirianni or Howie, somebody's going to be like, really? Just because you guys can't bleep and do it?
Well,
that's why you're going to ban it?
They've not had anything of merit to say why they should. They tried the health and safety. There's been no proven any injuries that have been a result of it or any extra stress on any players or particular, injuries that could happen because of it. And then the argument was, well, they could happen. Oh, yeah. Okay. It could happen on anything. That's not anything on merit. So then they talked about a competitive advantage. There was nothing analytically that came up with that. So
because you also could have done it.
So
every
that's
team
why
could do it.
It's been tabled during the meetings with the player competition committee because they can't have anything of merit. But the owners don't have to follow that. The owners can just do it because they're the owners and that's what they do.
And it's their
and they
their
only
business.
need 24 votes.
Right.
That to me is the number. When I saw that, I was like,
I feel
they're
like
going to get like 20 without even batting an eye.
I feel like there's a chance.
So you're saying there's a chance.
I'm hoping that tomorrow is a day of celebration.
That would be so funny if it was.
Against the Packers, they should run it 150
every time.
times.
I'm stealing something from somebody on Twitter, and I don't know who it was. It was an indiscriminate account, but wouldn't it be funny if they came up one vote short on the tush push? If they came up one vote short, they're getting it across the
and
line.
if you had tush pushed it,
if
then
you
you
tush
could have
pushed
gotten
it,
it.
you could have gotten that 24th vote.
That's a great.
Well done, Twitter person.
And by the way, Matt Gelb with the made me feel better about the Schwarber contract.
He said he thought $40 million a year. I was like, that's crazy.
No, I don't think. I think he's going to get close to $40 million a year.
I think that's insane.
No.
You don't? Okay.
I think 30.
You think 30?
And I think
30 gets it done.
The lack of position, I think, is a big part of it.
That could be.
Like, he literally just bats.
And age.
Yeah. Age, he bats.
I mean, listen, here's a guy who's 300 home runs. There's no doubt if he goes at this, 30 home runs each for the next 6-7 years, you're pushing 500. I mean, that's a guy that you'd love to have. That's value. But also Matt's point about how valuable is he to another team. I mean, he's a guy that you could want on another team.
Yeah.
He could be your missing piece, but is he so valuable?
Is
that
he
you're
your
gonna,
big off-season splash?
No,
Probably
he wouldn't be.
not.
So I think the money would reflect that. I mean, he's worth it. He's a great clubhouse leader.
I think he'd be a great off-season splash for somebody. I really do.
Maybe a team that's a power bat away.
A young team that could bring in a veteran like him to galvanize
is
the
like
locker room.
one or two pieces away, like how the Marlins did when they brought in like Dutch.
How about a Royals?
Sure.
If they're willing to spend that money with that young lineup. They're willing to
Bobby
spend.
Witt's a nice.
But all he could do is he's your
DH.
He's your
I
DH.
hear what you're saying.
He comes in. He's your
I
veteran
don't know.
leader. He has
It'll
playoff
be interesting
experience.
to see how much he gets.
Good. All
there
right.
you go.
It is time now for the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3 best minutes from today's show.
Now, the Kincade and Salciunas Key 3. Today's best.
In 2022, when the Birds get to the Super Bowl and lose to the Chiefs, obviously we know all about the field and George Toma and all that kind of stuff. The following year, they go 10-1, and then the collapse happened. And Nick Sirianni, after going to the Super Bowl this year, this time winning it, has to figure out, all right, how can I make sure that does not happen again? How can I make sure that we are a competitive team going into the playoffs, even though we're having conversations about Super Bowl or bust, or I'm the wussy on the show saying NFC Championship game or bust.
April 9th, by the way, is when you decided to do that.
Look, if they are able to come back and win a division again for the first time in 20 plus years, where it would be back-to-back division winners in the NFC East, and if they're able to get back to the playoffs, host a playoff game, win a playoff game, it's going to show you that there is a window right now that this Eagles team is just dominating the NFL, even if they don't end up winning the Super Bowl again. Phillies won their second game of their 4-game series with the Rockies yesterday. The Colorado Rockies are an embarrassment to the sport of baseball. The Colorado Rockies are offensive to me. Somebody that loves watching baseball and somebody that watches more than just the Phillies. They are an offensive organization.
It's offensive.
I don't know what baseball does, but this team stinks. And the Phillies, thank God. I mean, I'm glad for the Phillies' sake that they're going to win 4 games, if anything 3, but they're going to win this series and continue to add to their win total, which is great, especially right now when they're moving up and the Mets are moving down. But that Rockies team, 8-40, is offensive to me.
It is the worst start for a team, fastest to 40 losses since 1895. I mean, that's terrible.
Yeah.
And before you ask Gunner, no, I was not around to see that series.
You missed that one by a few days. Comcast Business Hotline, every day in business is a big day. Let Comcast Business get you ready for what's next. On ESPN, our man Adam Schefter joins us. Shefty, good morning.
What's going on, gentlemen?
All right. It's a big day.
What's working for the play is that I think that the Eagles are going to put up a huge fight, and they're going to have some tricks up their sleeve today. So I don't think that they're just going to take this lightly and accept everybody's decision. I think they're going to mount a very strong argument as to why the tush push should not be banned. I think the Eagles have given a unusual amount of time to think about how they're going to push to defend this play and to argue for it, right? So I don't think they're just going to step in there and start they've really planned this out. They've given it a lot of thought. You'll see. Some of the things will start coming out, okay? They've given this a lot of thought.
What did we learn about the Eagles after the last time they got to the Super Bowl? And then obviously we saw how it unfolded in 2023. And what's different this time around? That is the Kincade Salciunas Key 3 best minutes from today's show. By the way, I was just looking at our YouTube chat, as I said, during some time off while I was throwing pieces of paper at the camera and trying not to hit Amy.
Successful.
I think it was Neil. Neil asked if we do post-show headlines live. We do not.
No, we don't.
Post-show headlines are recorded because the Mike Missanelli show is live on YouTube while we do it, but then we post it. So
we post it pretty quickly, though.
Just search Kincade and Salciunas post-show headlines.
It's up there within an hour.
Oh, it's up there quickly.
It's up there quickly. So search Kincade and Salciunas post-show headlines on the YouTube feed.
We appreciate you checking in.
Yeah,
and
like, subscribe.
Friday, I was going through yesterday and letting someone else help me pick some of the Jersey Shore related questions for Memorial Day weekend.
Mm-hmm.
That because you go in through Instagram or X to submit questions for post-show headlines, and got some great questions
about the Jersey Shore.
Which is crazy, though, is the questions too about just different things about our experiences at the Jersey Shore and things like that.
Amy, do you agree with this statement that Memorial Day weekend, like the anticipation of the weekend, is the most anticipated, from May to August weekend down the shore, but also the one that doesn't pay off the most?
Agreed.
You get bad weather.
It's
not this week, not this year though.
It's
still getting nice weather.
It's
gonna be nice
Friday,
weather.
Saturday rain in Brigantine. At least in Brigantine.
In Brigantine, it's gonna be raining.
Hold on, let
It's
me
like
double
chilly.
check.
I think it's supposed to be
because remember,
The weather's a crapshoot, and
well, it's always chilly. It seems like
it's always chilly. Well, not always, but yes,
it's always chilly in Philadelphia.
Yeah, Friday 50% chance of rain. Saturday the rain went away, but they got the wind emoji. And then Monday 40% chance of rain.
Oh my gosh!
So Friday and Monday it's because everyone's excited for it.
Well, Saturday and Sunday are the most important days, correct?
It's the anticipation of it because summer begins. So that part of the payoff does come to fruition, right?
But then you get down the shore and you're like, this sucks.
I'm just sitting in my house, or I'm trying to go out to Bill's Pancake House and the line is out the door.
Right. Or
which I'm still waiting in, by the way.
Like I did.
Yes, I'll be there.
Like I did when I may or may not have been 21. A bunch of us rented out like a crummy motel in Wildwood.
Well,
and
it's just about the place to put your head at night.
Exactly.
Let's be honest.
Exactly. And then you have a ball despite the weather being
Are you
bad.
headed to the shore? I'm not going to the shore this weekend. I am not.
I'm going to play.
We're going to the Orioles game on Monday.
Oh,
Phillies don't
really?
play, so we're gonna. So listen, we can't get enough baseball.
Phillies don't play
Memorial Day. Yeah, I know.
It's ridiculous.
That's
so we're gonna go see baseball regardless.
But Saturday and Sunday are going to be Sunday and Monday, very nice in Chester County. So just telling you, there you go. Hey, support life-saving cancer research. Join our friends. Win donation. Make a donation to the American Association for Cancer Research. Go to 975thefanatic.com/AACR. Cancer research saves lives.
Amy, you're the best.
Thanks, Amy.
Thanks for adjusting, everyone.
No,
Appreciate
thank you for still coming on with us this week. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Pat Burrell.
Tomorrow is. Thank you, Larry Shank, for that.
Thank you, Larry Shank.
Everybody have a great rest of your day. Mike Missanelli Show comes your way next here on 97.5 The Fanatic.